All right, good morning. I do believe I see Regent Rogers and Regent Nystuen. Good morning.
Morning.
I'll get thumbs up. Bree, can you hear us? Yes, okay, perfect. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. We have a full agenda today, so let's go ahead and just dive right in, and I'll call the meeting to order. Amy, if you'll take a roll, please.
Pleasure. Regent Lozar.
Here.
Thank you. Regent Nystuen.
Here.
Thank you. Regent Buchanan.
Present.
Thank you. Regent Sexton.
Here.
Thank you. Regent Rogers.
Here.
Thank you. Regent Dombrowski.
Here.
Thank you. Regent Bow.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Christian.
Here.
Thank you. Governor Gianforte is excused from this meeting. And I do know that Superintendent Arston will be joining us.
Yep, perfect. Perfect. Thank you, Amy. I'd like to start this morning by extending a warm welcome to our new regents, Todd Buchanan and Lauren Bow, whose nominations were confirmed by the Senate last month. Each of them brings a wealth of knowledge and experience, as well as a new perspective to this board. So we're really excited to have both of you join us. We all know that taking on the responsibility of a regent is a big commitment, and we're grateful for your willingness to serve on behalf of the university system and on behalf of the state of Montana. I'm going to start by introducing Regent Buchanan, who is filling the regent seat held by former Regent Martha Sheehy. As you all know, Martha's 7-year term expired earlier this year, and we had the opportunity to celebrate her departure in January. Regent Buchanan previously served on the board from 2007 through 2014, and we're pleased to have him back for another term to run through January 31st, 2028. Regent Buchanan held a variety of board leadership roles in his prior regent term. Those roles included vice chair of the board, chair of both the budget and the ARSA committees, and the chair of the regent work group on systems reforms. That culminated in a document that we use annually, the Montana University System Success Agenda. Regent Buchanan is co-owner and advisor for Buchanan Capital based in Billings, which provides asset management and financial planning strategies to individual and institutional clients. A Billings native, Todd is a graduate of Montana State University, where he met his wife, Brooke. They live in Red Lodge, which is their home base for exploring the Beartooth Mountains with their 2 teenagers. Regent Buchanan's love of the outdoors is reflected in his work with numerous local, regional, and statewide organizations. His service in these areas include roles as director on the Nature Conservancy Board for Montana and chair of MCC, the Montana Conservation Corps. So Regent Buchanan, welcome back to the board.
Thanks, Casey. Appreciate it.
Also new to the board is Regent Lauren Bow. Regent Bow has a strong record of public education advocacy in Montana. He was a leader in the creation of the Lone Peak Public High School at Big Sky, where he serves as the chair of the district's board of trustees. Regent Bow is a 5th-generation Montana farm and ranch kid who grew up in Highwood, northeast of Great Falls. Upon completion of his degree at Harvard, he worked as a trader in London and Moscow before moving his family back to Montana, to Big Sky, in 2004. He and his wife, Jill, have focused on many local educational and philanthropic efforts. In addition to his local school board leadership, Regent Bow serves as president of Friends of Big Sky Education and as chair of the Warren Miller Performing Arts Center Board. He is a member of several other boards and organizations as well. He succeeds Regent Paul Tuss in a term on the Board of Regents that runs through January 31st, 2027. I also want to take a minute and on behalf of the board, extend our gratitude to Regent Tuss for his decade of service on the Board of Regents. During his tenure, he chaired, I believe, each of our committees, was the vice chair of the board, and served for 3 years as chair of the board. His commitment to and contributions to the Montana University system helped shepherd many successful initiatives in higher education, and we really thank Paul for his service on the board. Regent Tuss, as we know, was in the vice chair role at the time of his departure from the board. At our meeting in May, we will hold our annual board officer elections, so this timing is smooth in that regard. As we move forward, we congratulate and thank Martha and Paul for the dedicated service to students and all Montanans. And Regent Bow, we enthusiastically welcome you to the board and look forward to working with you. Regent Sexton, congratulations are in order to you as well on your successful Senate confirmation last month. Your service in this as a student regent role has been very valuable to the system. It was heartening to also see that the Senate agrees with us. Regent Sexton's term runs through June 30th, 2021. So fortunately, we still get time to work with her and benefit from her experiences and perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a brief look at the day ahead of us. The virtual setting for today's meeting is Helena College. Helena College Dean and CEO Sandra Bowman is going to take us on a virtual campus visit this morning. Following Dr. Bowman's presentation, we'll move into the commissioner's report to include updates on pertinent COVID-related matters, progress on the Montana University system, a legislative agenda, and other substantive topics. Our committee work today will be in order of the Budget Admin and Audit Committees first, followed by ARSA, and then last, the 2-year and Community College Committee. We'll be taking modest breaks at the appropriate time to make sure we pause when we need to, but we'll get our business done on time. We have a very busy day. We're cramming 2 days of meeting into one. The board members really look forward to a virtual working lunch today with the Montana University System faculty academic representatives. The board always enjoys our conversations with Montana's faculty who lead our teaching, our research, and our service efforts in our wonderful state. We'll have a similar opportunity later in the day to talk with student leaders from across the system. Students are why all of us are here, so nothing is more important to board members than this kind of opportunity with student representatives. So that's a brief look at what we have before us today. But before we move on, we have some quick housekeeping items, and I'll ask Amy to walk us through some of the technical aspects of today's meeting. Amy.
Thank you, Chair Lozar, and good morning, everyone. Please note the board members will be displayed throughout the entirety of the meeting. And as we navigate through committees and items, if you are a presenter, please be prepared to approach the podium in your campus Zoom room and respond to the video and audio prompts that you'll see on your screen via Zoom. OCHI staff will be sending these prompts behind the scenes and assisting throughout the meeting. Once your presentation is finished, your camera will be turned off. A friendly reminder that the Zoom system will alert you when your line is muted or unmuted, if your video has been turned on or off, and if a raised hand has been acknowledged. A quick note about screen view. Please make sure you are in full screen mode and select the gallery view. If you have the option under View Options, select Hide Participant Panel. Otherwise, you can drag the slider in the middle of the screen to the right to maximize the agenda and video tiles. If at any point you need to step away from the meeting, please do not exit the Zoom meeting. Simply ensure you are muted and your video is turned off. Should your video or audio start to break up or cause issues, we will turn it off for you and you'll be prompted to restart it. If you wish to ask a question or make a comment during the meeting, please use the raise your hand feature. If you are joined online, the raise your hand feature is normally found at the bottom of your screen. It may also be found at the bottom of the participants panel after clicking participants button. If you're joining by phone, you can dial *9, that's the asterisk followed by the numeral 9 to raise your hand. Once your hand is raised, please wait to be called on. We will acknowledge your request as soon as we can. And do please be prepared to unmute yourself by pressing either unmute or dialing *6. A time is scheduled for public comment later and instructions will come at that time. However, written public comment may be submitted to myself, Amy Unsworth at aunsworth@montana.edu. If you run into any technical issues, please email myself or Jared Smith, jsmith@montana.edu for assistance. We're both on standby to assist. Thank you, Regent Loza.
Excellent. Thank you, Amy. And of course, I'd like to thank Amy again for her excellent work and her attention to every last detail to keep these meetings running smoothly. So thank you, Amy. So at this point, we'll proceed with reviewing the minutes from January 5th. You can see them on the agenda. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Bao. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Is there any discussions or corrections from campuses? If so, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if joining by phone. Is there any discussion or corrections from campuses? Is there any public comment? Is there any public comment? Please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're joining by phone. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Great, I think with that, we'll hand it over to Dean and CEO Sandra Bowman of Helena College. Dean Bowman.
Good morning, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to welcome you today. We have a video that we would like to start our presentation with. And I think Amy will take that away for us.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and distinguished colleagues. Welcome to Helena College. It is unfortunate we aren't able to be together in Helena today, but I hope you enjoyed the short video trip around our campuses and highlights of what we offer our students and our community. This past year has definitely been one for the record books, but I'm very proud of how we've managed the crisis while continuing to plan for the future. We know we'll continue to face challenges, but we'll take them in our stride and look for opportunities to better serve our students and our community. I'm excited to share some of the highlights of the last year with you this morning, framed with exactly that in mind, serving our students and serving our community. If we were meeting in person, one of the highlights would have been to tour our newly remodeled student center at the airport campus. This was a project with students at every element. The design concept came from Helena College students completing a class project. They interviewed their peers to gather information on what they needed from a student center, and that feedback is incorporated in the finished space. As we have two campuses, the project continues this summer on the Donaldson campus. And that will mean the next time we do gather in person on Helena College's campus for a Regents meeting, it will be in a very different space than you're used to, as you can see from the architect's renderings on this slide. As we plan the center on the Donaldson campus, we're focusing on our ability to provide space for our associated students of Helena College to gather as leaders and hold events for students. We recognize the value of student engagement and coming together as a community. This new space provides much better opportunities to do just that. In addition, we're investing in a director of student life position that will focus on all aspects of well-being, with the office located right in this space in order to be very present with our students. If this year has taught us anything, it's been that we can deliver quality instruction in new ways. One of the benefits that will come out of our response to the pandemic is our ability to deliver instruction in a way that meets students where they are. We're investing in classroom upgrades and program redesign work to allow delivery to students in person, with streaming capability, and the ability to participate completely asynchronously when necessary. You'll also have seen this commitment to serving students where they are in our recent academic proposals, including changes to delivering our business and accounting program in an enhanced online format, as well as our fire and emergency service partnerships with volunteer stations around the state that combine remote delivery of the coursework with local hands-on training. A major element of the mission of two-year colleges is to support the local community and workforce. We were fortunate enough to receive funding for 4 major projects through the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Funds. The first of these projects is a partnership with the state of Montana to serve as a center for CDL testing. This arose as a major need in the community as limited testing capacity was negatively impacting the timely production of commercial drivers. We're also partnering with Bitterroot College to fill a need to provide more licensed practical nurses. Nursing programs are limited in the number of students they're able to enroll due to limitations for clinical placement. Utilizing the remote learning technology we discussed earlier, we plan to deliver didactic instruction through synchronous remote delivery and utilize the facilities of local Hamilton Healthcare for clinical education and Bitterroot College campus for labs. Our third project allows us to develop much needed training in the servicing of hybrid automobiles that can be delivered statewide to automotive technicians. One of our automotive technology instructors has developed training modules that can be delivered remotely that will be combined with a short-term hands-on training in Helena. In regard to our gear-funded projects, I'll leave you with just a hint of things to come later in the day. Our fourth project is an exciting partnership with East Helena High School to introduce students to the field of IT and deliver dual enrollment coursework. We'll be showcasing that project this afternoon during the two-year committee report. In addition to receiving significant funding from the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Funds to support the projects I just described, we're thrilled to announce we received a 3-year grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities to create a summer bridge program for high school students that uses filmmaking as a medium to focus on current world issues, all while helping develop academic and social skills to help with college success. That exciting work begins this summer with filmmaker Ari Laskin as project director and in partnership with the MAPS Institute. We've also partnered with the Helena Job Service and the Montana Department of Labor to bring the Become an Alum program to our community. This program provides outreach and services to those folks with some college but no degree who are interested in returning to school to receive training or a degree in order to return to the workforce, advance in their career, or change careers altogether. Interest in the program is gradually building. We saw a few enrollments this spring and increased interest for future semesters. And finally, referring once again to the two-year mission and our focus on serving the local community, we're working to strengthen our ties with the largest employer in our area, the state of Montana. We've established joint work groups to focus on how we can promote the opportunity of careers in state government to our students, provide work-based learning opportunities through internships and apprenticeships with the state, and review and revise our curriculum to ensure we are meeting the needs of our largest local employer. I'll conclude my remarks this morning with a summary of the way that we'll wrap up the academic year, our exciting plans for graduation 2021. We're planning an event that combines virtual and face-to-face activities that we're calling Grad Walk. We believe it's a good combination that keeps the best traditional elements of a ceremony and brings in some fun new elements while allowing social distancing and risk mitigation. Briefly described, over the course of 2 days, Friday at our airport campus and Saturday at our Donaldson campus, we will have students register for individual times to come to campus with their family, in their cap and gown, to walk across the stage and receive their diplomas. Pomp and Circumstance will be playing. There will be a viewing area for families to watch and cheer while students receive diploma and congratulations from the platform party and pose for a professional photo. Faculty will also participate in this event in small groups in order to recognize and congratulate graduates. From there, the graduates and their families will proceed through the room and join up again. There'll be stations located throughout the building to allow students to receive gifts, a class t-shirt, and a yard sign from the college, sign up for the Alumni Association and receive even more swag, have a family photo taken, and stop for an Instagram snap to be taken and posted online so that we can continue to post congratulations to our graduates on social media over the course of the 2 days. On the way out of the building, there will be an opportunity to pick up refreshments individually prepackaged, of course, and continue out to seating to celebrate with family members. The online aspect will include recorded messages from our speakers, including commencement speaker Seth Bodner. The messages will be sent electronically to all graduates and will be playing in the building during the festivities. Thank you again for providing the opportunity to welcome you this morning and share some of the work we're focusing on here in Helena. We're very excited to celebrate what we do well and how we will continue to improve.
Thanks again for this opportunity to welcome everyone this morning to Helena, both virtually and across town. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about Helena College and our exciting plans.
Thank you, Dean Bauman. Do any regents have any questions for Dean Bauman? Comments? Well, I thank you for the presentation. As a local regent, I know Helena College is a point of pride for our community, and it's obvious in your presentation. We really appreciate you taking on the new role and your early success in your new role, and the college is showing their ability to be adaptive and innovative in your learning methodologies over the course of the pandemic. And we really look forward in 2 years' time to be on campus and to physically see the new places and new spaces and to meet more of the faculty and the students. So thank you for welcoming the Regents to Helena. And again, congratulations in your new role as head of Helena College.
Thank you, Chair Lozar.
And with that, I'll turn the meeting over to Commissioner Christian for the system report. Commissioner Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. Like to extend my congratulations also to our newly minted board members, Regent Bowie, Regent Buchanan, or reminted as it may be. Regent Buchanan, glad to have you back. I can say with some certainty, I wouldn't sit in this chair today if it wasn't for your encouragement almost 10 years ago, and it's great to be back working with you. So welcome to both of you guys. Know that our staff is here any step of the way. Questions that you have, or should I say your staff is here as we work for and report to the board. So we're glad to help, anxious to help. Anything you guys need along the way, please let us know. And Amy, congratulations on your confirmation. Dr. Bauman, thank you for that tour of Helena College. Awesome to see the plans underway for commencement. I know maybe one of the things I heard most feedback from last spring was the voices in the emails from parents and students that really missed that commencement ceremony. That ceremony is a big deal. It's a rite of passage. It's something that's meaningful to the campus. And while it may not be what the old normal was, it looks like the creative spirit is alive at Helena College, and hopefully around our system in equal terms. It'll be great to see those students' achievements recognized. I guess just a few things as we work through the agenda here this morning. Want to let you all know that the 2 searches underway at Great Falls College and Western are well on its way. Great Falls College is being chaired by Deputy Commissioner Tessman, and they're getting pretty close to identifying a group of finalists to be interviewed at the campus level. And the Western search is being chaired by Deputy Commissioner Trevor, and they've built a good solid pool, or in the process of vetting those pool candidates now to identify some finalists. So we think both of those searches are well on their way toward filling those positions sometime this spring and have people in place, hopefully around the time that our loyal and dedicated servants in Susan Wolf at Great Falls College and Beth Weatherby at Western find their retirement, which is the 1st of July. So we look forward to moving forward on that. Speaking of retirement, Regent Nystuen, hard not to see that full-page spread in the Daily Interlake yesterday. Congratulations on that.
That wasn't full page.
Yeah, well, it looked like it. Maybe Deputy Commissioner McCray just blew it up, but what I saw was a big deal, and congratulations on that and
Thank
your pending retirement.
Thank you.
So we'll move sort of on to our agenda items. First one up, certainly the COVID update that we've done ever since we adopted the Healthy Fall Task Force. I guess we'll get into a little more detail. I'd like to start with just a few sort of high-level recognitions. The efforts of our campus are impressive. Most recently, hosting community vaccination events, and we've got nursing students and pharmacy students working tirelessly for that. A lot of weekend events. I've heard great things around the communities for the way that those events are happening and the smooth, seamless administration of those vaccines. So congratulations to the campuses for that. I think it's a great example of just sort of that broad role that our campuses play in their local communities and around the state. So it's appreciated. We continue to work closely with state, local health officials as this ever-changing pandemic moves forward. We continue to consider, where we're at on a number of fronts, and Deputy Commissioner Tessman will speak to those in just a minute, but appreciate the outreach that we've had from the governor's office and from local health officials, really working hand in hand on what we can do, what events make sense, just the logistics of all of that needs to happen. And then maybe foremost is, of course, extending some thanks to student, faculty, staff. It really is that ground effort that's allowed us to stay in a face-to-face modality, with obviously exceptions and hybrid and all the other things we've had to do to get through. But the importance of some face-to-face time and some campus experience is so powerful, in my opinion, and I think shared by many, that it really has been a worthwhile venture, but that would have never happened without dedication of students, faculty, staff to do the right thing to make this thing happen for the last 12 months. And so we greatly appreciate that. I think we have online Dr. Tessman, who could give us a little update of what the Healthy Task Force is about and where we think we're going as we move to the conclusion of spring and on to summer and fall.
Sure. Thanks. Well, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and Mr. Commissioner, thanks very much for the opportunity to give this update. I think you're spot on in highlighting the role of partnership during this effort. I mean, it is hard to believe it actually is just about 1 year exactly now. And I think if you had to define this last year, it's been about partnership with the governor's office, with our statewide public health leaders, local public health leaders, and of course with our campuses and communities. So I guess what I'd like to do is to talk a little bit about where we're at on our campuses right now. And Commissioner Christian, you point out that we are this semester again largely delivering in-person instruction with some exceptions. We have many elements of on-campus student life. It's hard to miss some of the great photos and videos from the ice rink on the UM Oval, and seeing students and others using that was heartening. And this is a tremendous accomplishment. We are almost every day on a call with national partners, and in other states, other campuses, other systems, you just haven't seen them come together and provide the amount of in-person instruction and in-person student life that we have been able to do here in Montana. And of course, the folks that deserve the thanks there are our employees, our faculty and staff, and the students for stepping up and meeting the challenge presented by COVID. It's not for me to tell you all, you know this, the impact of having that in-person experience is generational, right? It really does produce a substantial increase in the likelihood that a student will persist and complete their educational goal at one of our campuses. And that means a lot for them. It means a lot for their community and business and industry in Montana. It also means a lot for their kids and their kids' kids. It's a generational impact. So it's hard to overstate the importance of what we've been able to accomplish thus far. And I know we all look forward to a return to normal or a return to a new normal, but we're not there yet. And so I say this semester, we're largely in person. We've got students on our campuses, but the protocols that have gotten us to this place are still in effect, and they need to still be in effect. We are not out of the woods yet at all. We also know that even as we do come out of the woods, there are lots of things we want to retain about what we've picked up this year. This has been, among many, many other things, a year of innovation and adaptation. And so whether it's new technologies in the classroom, whether it's an increased emphasis on student mental health, there are lots of things we want to retain coming out of this year. And I kind of on the horizon have tasked my team here with working with our campuses to think about the sort of lessons learned and adaptations gained from the COVID crisis. And I think you'll hear more about that over the course of the next year. Now, on our campuses, of course, Commissioner Christian, you mentioned that we're playing a big role in our communities and across the state. We have been playing a role for quite some time in the statewide testing effort. We'll continue to do so. And we think that that's been crucial in not just keeping our campuses open, but keeping the state in reasonably good shape. We've been able to test symptomatic individuals, and that's always been our emphasis. It continues to be our emphasis. But along the way, we've been able to add some asymptomatic testing as well, again, in collaboration with the state's Department of Health and Human Services and with the governor's office and with our local public health offices. Because of the testing efforts we've had in place, because of the way in which protocols have been followed, I'm happy to say, and I hope you can hear me knocking on wood right now, I'm kind of smiling, but it's of course very serious. Still, we're in pretty good shape. Case numbers are at a reasonable level. Our quarantine and isolation space is at a reasonable level. And we don't see the kinds of upticks or waves that we did at a couple occasions during the fall semester. So again, I hope you heard me knock on wood there, but I did want to report some good news on that front. Of course, part of the equation for us as well is in the vaccine effort. And just like our campuses have played a big role in contributing to the statewide testing program, our campuses, multiple campuses are distribution centers, primarily Missoula and Bozeman, but they are members of the community. They've gotten lots of shots and lots of arms. And we think that that's been a tremendous example of the way that our campuses contribute to the public health and overall wellness of the state of Montana. A number of our employees and students have been vaccinated at this point in time as part of the statewide plan. So as Governor Gianforte's plan has laid out different priority tiers, many of our employees and a number of our students fall into those tiers. And we're happy to see them receive their vaccinations. Of course, we hope for a continued increase in supply, and we'll keep up and get as many shots into arms as quickly as we can in line with Governor Gianforte's statewide plan. There's no doubt, and I'll kind of wrap up by talking about two areas of impact. There's no doubt that this pandemic has had a huge impact on our system. On one hand, we were all very sorry last spring to miss our spring commencement ceremonies. Seems like it could be a trivial thing, but for thousands of students, thousands of families, for communities in Montana, that's a huge deal. And of course, we missed it for good reason last spring. You heard Dean Bauman at Helena College talk about how they're going to handle commencements this spring. It's exciting. It's another area where maybe we'll retain some of these innovations as we move forward. And I think our campuses across the state, they are hosting commencements in various forms, some relying more on technology, some figuring out ways to have an appropriately distanced and designed in-person ceremony. But we're so excited to be able to recognize our graduates in a way that more closely resembles our commencement ceremonies of the past. And I congratulate our commencement teams, our campus leaders in really being innovative in this way. Now, another area of major impact is in our college entrance exam, the ACT. We had been in the past requiring a standardized test, could be ACT, could be SAT, as part of our admissions policy to the Montana University system. You all, about a year ago, last April, voted to suspend that requirement for a little more than a year. So in effect, the Montana University system for the last year or so has joined a number of systems and campuses across the country in going test optional. That does not mean that there haven't been rigorous requirements for admission to the MUS. Curricular requirements, GPA requirements, class standing requirements, proficiency demonstrations, and of course the ACT or the SAT can still be used. It wasn't excluded as a method of admission, just wasn't required. So we've maintained rigor, but we provided more flexibility to students. And I think within the next couple of months, our team will work with our campuses and try to get the board some options for thinking about standardized testing moving forward and how we want to handle that as either a requirement or either as an optional method for admission. A key part of that discussion is our partnership with the Office of Public Instruction. I think many, if not all of you know that the ACT right now is the statewide assessment mechanism for our K through 12 partners. And we at OCHI and through the university system have been able to offer that exam in collaboration with OPI and the districts for free to Montana high school juniors. We will, regardless of what you all decide with respect to the requirement or the optional elements of the ACT, we will be happy to support our OPI partners in whatever direction they take. And we'll be happy to work to continue to provide the ACT free of charge to high school students in Montana. So we're in almost daily communication with the OPI. We're looking to see what their decision is with respect to the statewide assessment. And regardless of what you all decide for college entrance, we're going to support the OPI. If they choose to continue with the ACT, we'll support the OPI if they choose to move in a different direction. I'll continue to provide updates on that over the next weeks and months, and you can look forward to getting some options in front of you sometime soon. So, of course, there are lots of additional details that I can provide. I think the Healthy MUS Task Force, as Commissioner Christian pointed out, they've been instrumental in leading this effort across the state, and I stand for any questions that the board has. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tessman. I guess I'd conclude this section with a comment that you made, which is I want to assure our workforce across the MUS, we're working daily with state, local, and even federal officials to try to secure vaccine availability and work on plans to get it in arms as quickly as we can. And we'll continue to do that. Their safety in that across the MUS is incredibly important to us. And we're working hard to try to secure a vaccine path for anyone that wants one as quickly as we can. Before we leave this COVID update section, any additional thoughts, questions, comments? Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Commissioner, are you going to be looking at Clay at any ways to kind of gauge the impact of not doing the standardized testing to see if there gets to be more challenges with incoming freshmen needing additional work, remedial work, whatever, to monitor? Was it a big deal or not? Kind of the outcome from not having the standard tests as part of the admission process?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Regent Nystuen, absolutely. And there are sort of two schools of thought on that have been building for a few years, even pre-pandemic. The value of the standardized test for either placement or an admission standard and how that weights against the rigor of the curriculum a student took in high school, GPA, those things all compared. And so we'll continue down that path. There's a lot of work going on around this nationally. I think in many ways we've led this trend, but we've also been part of a very broad trend across the US in this direction. There's some good research done on it, and I don't know if there's a direct path to follow, but I think it's worth exploring exactly to the point of your question, how has impacted the MUS? And then also knowing that for some students, it still will be the right path. It will help to identify college readiness, and it will be necessary for merit scholarships and other things. So I don't see it going away, but that optional path, looking at other things that prove you to be worthy of headed to one of our institutions, also has value. And I think we just need to find the balance point.
As a
Rob, do you have
follow-up,
anything to add to that, or?
Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chair, Regent Nystuen, no, not really. I think it can be another tool in a student's sort of preparation and application. And I think we do believe that there's a place for standardized testing. It doesn't mean that it's the right way for every student to demonstrate their readiness. And I think Montana is a national leader in things like co-requisite design. These are new ways of helping students get developmental education in math and writing in particular. And Montana, as Commissioner Christian pointed out, really is maybe, if not the outstanding state in the country, one of the top few in the country in delivering that method of instruction.
just as a quick follow-up, does this raise any issues with accreditation at all? Or is that further down the line once the students are there? Do the accreditors look at enrollment standards, testing, and those types of things? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Regent Nystuen, the answer is they look at enrollment standards, but it's not, again, it's not one size or one measure only that accrediting bodies look at. It's the totality of them. And, you know, whether this is a part of it or we have other standards that help evaluate student preparedness, I think that's part of the ongoing conversation. Regent Rogers, I saw you waving at one point.
Thank you so much. Same line of questioning. As you work on those sorts of reports or analyze that data as it comes in, I'd also be really interested in it from the equity perspective. So are we seeing more access for low income, rural, minority students as well with the reduction in testing requirements?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Regent Rogers, thank you for that. And those are the sort of things that we're looking at. And that's the sort of research that's being done around the country. There's a book, I can't remember the name, by Paul Tuff, I believe, that really gets into the heart of that. And what, you know, that study shows is that you see a top band of students that were always going to do very well, that took a lot of ACT and SAT prep courses that did at least that well, or maybe even a little better. And then you see a large band in the middle that does about what their GPA would suggest they would do. And then you see another sliver on the bottom that are from lower income, minority institutions, or minority family backgrounds that don't have access to test prep, don't have, you know, sort of all the stepping stones, that do worse than their GPA would suggest. And I think it is potentially unfairly discriminating against some of those individuals. So I think that's really at the heart of what we need to see, and see what's the best solution for Montana. But I anticipate us bringing some more conversation around that topic and some suggestions for this board before our current test optional status runs out at the end of the year. Yeah, Richard Buchanan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Tessman, you commented a little bit on the intent to retain some of the innovations that we've learned throughout this pandemic. And, you know, speaking as a parent of two learners and talking to many parents of learners and learners themselves, we certainly have discovered a tremendous breadth of opportunities and tools in garnering education. And I request that at subsequent meetings, we get a little detail as to what some of those innovations are, how we're, from an organizational perspective, identifying validity and trying to retain them and integrate them, and really implore us to be very bold in pursuing some of the innovations that have proven to attract the market of learners that we're trying to attract. And so I'll ask for that down the road, and I'm really grateful to hear and to Dean Bauman's comments that we recognize that we've learned some things in this. It's not all been pressed upon us in a way that hurts us. I think we've got a lot of opportunity to engage and challenge ourselves to integrate some of these things that we've learned. So I would look forward to subsequent conversations about how we're doing that and what some of the easy tools that we were identifying on each of these individual campuses that can be integrated. So thank you for referencing that, and thank you for the opportunity to request that, Chair Lozar.
Excellent. Thank you, Regent Buchanan. I think before we transition to the next topic, just gratitude goes to Commissioner Christian and Deputy Commissioner Tessman and the continued focus on the task force, the work that you're doing. Certainly gratitude goes out to the staff and faculty and the students. Their openness to follow a number of the different recommendations that this board has reviewed and prioritized. I think the board has had a lot of conversation about student mental health over the past year, and we anticipate and expect that remains a part of the priority for the task force moving forward as we start to hopefully move away from the pandemic and back to, as you say, Brock, a new normal. So again, thank you for all that you do, all the folks that are on the task force that are meeting on a weekly basis. We appreciate your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll move to the legislative update portion then of the agenda. My cliff notes here suggest I should characterize how we're doing in the session. I think I'm too superstitious to do that. Given House Bill 2 is usually the last gavel to fall before sine die, and that's when we'll actually know how we've done. I'm not sure I would venture an opinion at this time, but I would say this. I think we had an exceptional hearing in the subcommittee mid-January. It was led by Representative Dave Beatty and Vice Chair Senator Dan Solomon. They did an excellent job. We spent a week in front of that committee, really going through in some detail the budget, the programs and services that we offer, from academic programs, educational opportunities, to research, extension services, sort of all of the myriad of things. And that went well. And we came out of that session with what went in terms of what was in the governor's budget, plus a few additions, which Tyler will walk us through. I would say, thanks to the governor, Director Almy, for creating a budget that does support education in Montana, and I think does support their vision and mine that, I think education is truly sort of the key component of what the governor characterizes as the Montana comeback. I think in terms of both pandemic solutions, but also economic recovery, this is what it's about. And we play a huge role in that, and we take that seriously. And I think we've had good conversations with the legislature today to providing resources in that direction. We will walk through in a little more specificity some bills, including House Bill 213 and Senate Bill 110, which are important pieces of this. I think Deputy Commissioner Trevor, if you're done with your hearing and online, I see little Rubik's Cubes up there, but I can't find you. I think you're on. Oh yeah, there you are.
I'm
Looking
here.
well.
I am well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, members of the board. Good morning. It's good to see you all. Unfortunately, we're not all in person, but and it helps for me to read the room a little bit to figure out what level of detail is wanted. I'm going to try to keep it pretty simple, focusing in on House Bill 2, our general appropriations. And Commissioner indicated we are in a good spot. We basically are in the same spot that we were when we started the session. And just to remind everybody of what that is, our overall budget. So everything included in there, from campuses to student financial aid to the Office of the Commissioner to agencies, is at a 2.7% increase over this current biennium. So we're running fairly close to CPI. I think that's the intent of the committee, the subcommittee that we worked with. They mentioned that often. The devils are obviously in the details. And when we break down House Bill 2, often it's easiest to focus on the campus portion of our budget, the MUS ed units. And when we look at the ed units, the first thing we think about in House Bill 2 is, how's the present law adjustment doing? And just as a reminder, just think when you hear present law, it's probably easiest just to think inflationary cost adjustments. And so there's two ways this session to get to our increase in present law. One is a direct appropriation from the state that increases present law $8 million in the second year of the biennium and leaves and is silent on that first year. To get to the first year increase, we've agreed to and is actually in Senate Bill 110, which has passed all the way through both houses and is on the desk for the governor to sign. In fact, I haven't checked today. He may have already signed it, which would allow us to engage with the rest of the state in a insurance premium holiday for 2 months, which would essentially produce another $8 million that we could use to backfill present law needs in that first year of the biennium. When we're done with that, we have approximately a 3.8% increase over the biennium. So that's a healthy present law adjustment for our educational units. Moving on from there, and at the end of this, I'll pause for questions of anything that I may have glossed over or skipped. We look at what type of new proposals that we have had approved. And those new proposals are often associated with one-time only funds. And we do have some one-time only funds that have been approved so far through the process, through the subcommittee, and as of this morning, through full House appropriations that add to our budget. And those OTOs first started in subcommittee with some additions for a data preservation project that goes on at the Bureau of Mines. It's $600,000 for the biennium. It's similar to past sessions. Similarly, the seed lab and the wool lab also received a couple $100,000 in OTO to continue operations there that have been funded as separate line items in previous sessions. And just as of this morning, we received approval from full appropes for $750,000 for the biennium for the Access Scholarship. And just as a reminder, that scholarship is the one-to-one match with the foundations that we successfully have executed this past biennium. This biennium, we had a $2 million appropriation that we matched to make a $4 million financial aid program. So what we have now is $750,000 going forward to the next biennium. Also, a $1 million OTO for MReady, that's the Montana Research and Economic Development Initiative that was funded in previous sessions at $15 million. So this is sort of kind of a placeholder continuation of that program at $1 million. And we also received an addition to some scholarship student assistance operations here at the Commissioner's office to the tune of $250,000. So that kind of paints the picture of House Bill 2. House Bill 2 interacts with, after the session, House Bill 2 interacts with House Bill 13, which is the pay plan, which creates the lump sum funding, which we're going to talk about this afternoon, or this morning, I would say, in the Budget Committee on process for distribution of the lump. That lump is created from House Bill 2 funding and then House Bill 13 pay plan. The pay plan bill is in Senate Financing Claims. It's made it pass through the House. That bill has funding in it for the university system as well as the rest of the state government for a pay increase adjustment of 55 cents per hour that starts in the second year of the biennium in November. So that equates to about a 2% increase if you wanted to switch over to percents in the second year of the biennium, and rounds out that lump sum that will tackle this May, and we'll talk about in some detail in the kind of process and logistics of how we go about doing that here in an hour or so. And I guess I'd be remiss if when in talking about those is a key aspect of what we use when we use or I could think of a better word, have employed when we've worked with the subcommittee is the notion of shared policy goals. And the idea that the legislature, we've heard it numerous times over the past 20 years, is, you know, that they just throw this bag of money over the wall and the university system does whatever they want with it. Well, that subcommittee has ideas and they have opinions and they want to connect with the university system. And we have embraced that through a partnership with that committee and in essence, the legislature themselves through a notion of shared policy goals. So during the subcommittee, we kind of collect some of the topics and ideas that we've talked about. And we've done this for numerous sessions. And again, in the budget committee, I'll have a list of what we've done in the past. But this session, we put together a draft so far of shared policy goals that we're looking at moving forward. And I could just quickly give you a 30,000 foot view of those goals. That they are, there's 5 different components to what we've got on a draft here. The first is to enhance our partnerships with tribal colleges, specifically around the notion of transferability and ensuring that those tribal colleges have had an opportunity to engage with us in common course numbering. The second area also focuses with a connection with the tribal colleges related to American Indian language and linguistic program opportunities that we might be able to build in the system. So we'll be looking for proposals from campuses throughout the system to see if we can't put together something that may be a viable product that'll help increase that intersection between the tribal colleges, American Indians in the state of Montana, and the university system. The third area focuses on CTE and trying to exploit any opportunities we might have for public-private joint ventures to further our career and technical education offerings in the system. Number 4, it goes back to dual enrollment and working with OPI and the Digital Academy to make better use of the Digital Academy to deliver dual enrollment. And then finally is a broad area of efficiency and productivity, which has really been a theme of appropriations that the university system look and evaluate itself and renew efforts to improve efficiency and productivity throughout the system and between campuses. So, Mr. Commissioner, I would probably pause there. I do have some information on the 3rd round of COVID funding. I'm not sure it fits in here particularly, other than the Appropriation Committee has informed us that our subcommittee will meet next week to talk about this, the 3rd round of funding or the American Rescue Plan and the dollars that are in there and how those will intersect with our appropriation. That kind of remains an area that is obviously shifted and changing, and we're trying to pin it down, as well as the legislature wants to understand exactly what's in those funding streams. Mr. Commissioner, I'll hand the ball back to you.
Thank you, Tyler. Yeah, obviously a lot more to come on that last bullet item. Legislation's a day and a half old, but we are working as quickly as we can to digest that and what it means, as is the legislature. Very uncommon for the subcommittees to come back together, but they're going to look at how that interacts, what resources are provided, and that's broad, from infrastructure possibilities to all other things. A lot of our, as was with the 1st and 2nd round, a lot of the resources go directly to students that are earmarked for higher education. But there is money in this 3rd round for state and local governments that we're all trying to figure out how that's going to intersect and what that means and what level those funds would be used, whether that's at a, Section E Program 9 level or at a overall state revenue replacement level. There's some, just a lot of pieces there that need to be sorted out. So unfortunately, I don't know if diving too deep into speculation is that helpful, but we're working on that closely, and we'll we'll try to monitor how those funds interact with this legislative session as they become available. There certainly is a part of, again, student support that the campuses have worked diligently to administer, and it sounds like that will be a big part of this round as well. And I mention that because it's important for the students to know, and for all of the channels that are watching today to make sure that message gets out to students. It is an application process. It's not a check will show up in the mail. It's an asked for and received distribution model. So we'll make sure that is communicated broadly, and then we'll see how the rest of these funds interact. It's hard to know where to start and stop in terms of an update. This is a budget 2 years in the making, and obviously weeks in front of the legislature. So I think that's a good high level view. I think overall, from a board perspective, we're still at or above where we thought we were, both at the January update and the November as we moved into this, reconciling the changes that the Gianforte administration made from the original budget draft. But we continue to work our way through the process. Any questions on that? We sort of have these updates lined out in some blocks. And so I just pause at the end of each block and see if there's questions.
It looks like Regent Nystuen has a question. Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Christian. First, I think we need to, as Regents, acknowledge the incredible work, the teamwork that you and your staff, the campuses, and especially the students. It's a well-orchestrated endeavor to work through the legislature. While I know we're probably only in the 5th inning right now with 4 more or so innings left to play, it's very important that we keep our foot on the gas pedal and let us know how we can help you. Quick question is, could you give us a quick update on the status of the Bitterroot Valley Community College, where they are in relation to the legislature? Thank you.
Is that part of the
Regent Nystuen, it's on the list. We're going to get to it in about two more blocks. If we could just wait till that. Thank you. All right, then,
Commissioner, I did have one question. I mean, I agree with Regent Nystuen. Certainly a positive update on this, on House Bill 2 and 13 and so on. I think it says a lot about our relationship with the legislature that continues to grow sort of session by session. As it relates to the shared policy goals, I know that's been a strategy, a collaborative strategy with the legislature that has worked well for the university system, setting sort of mutual expectations on certain things. One of the things that we did several years ago is we invited tribal college presidents to our board meetings. And I know that's been a little bit disrupted as it relates to these virtual meetings. And I'm just curious, seeing too, the 5 elements of this year's shared policy, or this session's shared policy goals, being inclusive of tribal colleges. I'm just curious if you have any perspective of the role, the involvement of the tribal colleges in this shared policy goal that we as the university system would have with the legislature.
Yeah, Chair Lozar, a great question. And I will tell you, very integral part of this conversation. Representative Jonathan Windyboy has done a great job highlighting the concerns both from the tribal nation and tribal colleges, and the request that these interact more. And so, I think as we worked our way through the subcommittee, just the importance of that and the importance of that upon the subcommittee, we felt like it warranted spots in the shared policy goals. But you're spot on. We simply cannot do that alone. So it will be, sort of an unprecedented interaction with the tribal colleges, but that's necessary and it's important. And I think it'll be a really great next chapter as we try and solidify everything from a partly implemented common course numbering scheme to the language and other great opportunities for interaction and collaboration that I think could be meaningful to all parties, but also just a really unique piece of Montana history, to be honest, and satisfy a lot of the kind of core academic objectives that we have for our institutions. So we're looking forward to those. There's conversations started. Clearly, that academic and curricular part needs to be developed by the campuses, but we will send out the call as we move forward to the campuses to participate both at the MUS level and the travel college level. And hopefully OCHI can have a leading role in bringing those pieces together and seeing that those campuses, both ours and the travel colleges, collaborate together. It could be a lot of fun.
And as a follow-up, is there a role that the AMA Council can play?
For sure.
In bridging the gap there?
Regent Lozar, for sure. And that'll be, sort of a primary driver. And they have been. It's the AMA Council that's really been doing a lot of the work that's now done with several of our travel college partners on Common Course numbering. Angela McLean and her team will continue to drive that. That's the vehicle for which I think this happens. And she's doing a great job leading that effort.
Thank you.
So the next piece, sort of in this budget block, but a piece on its own, just for the pure gravity of it is what we've identified as long-range building. House Bill 5, House Bill 14 is in that. Again, I guess I would start by saying thanks to Governor Gianforte, Director Almy for including very important projects to us, not only in the sort of capital development projects, a new section now in the law that's projects over $2.5 million, and then deferred maintenance. We have a significant role in both of those. So we appreciate the inclusion in terms of a starting point and look forward to working those projects through. They had their first round of hearings a couple of weeks ago in 5 and 14, and we have Director Muffick, I believe, on the line that can kind of walk through at a very high level the details. And there's, one of the questions asked at subcommittee, is this all of our projects? The truth of the matter is there's hundreds of projects working their way through the pipeline. Some new projects, but most deferred maintenance that is just an ongoing challenge. These are the ones that rose to the top in terms of board priorities that you set a year ago in March. And that have worked their way into the governor's budget and here today. But Ron can talk about the few that are a part of the current initiative. Director Muffick.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Chair Lozar, members of the board. So the Commissioner touched on these bills, and I'll just provide you a summary of what's in them as far as the university system and how that maybe compares a little bit to historically. So House Bill 5 and 14 are the state infrastructure bills. They include a significant number of MUS building projects, 28 projects in total if you include the major repairs, the authority only projects, and the capital development projects. So House Bill 5 is the long range building program appropriations bill, and 14 is the long range building bonding bill. So if you kind of can separate the two in your mind, that's the simple way of looking at it. House Bill 5 includes $27 million in funding for major repairs across all state buildings. As it sets now, MUS projects contained in House Bill 5, there's 19 of them, major repair projects totaling 19.7 million of that 27 million. This is a new category for projects brought about by changes to the Montana Code from last session. Major repairs take the place of the previous deferred maintenance funding. Funding levels are set up based on a formula in the Montana Code. To give you some perspective, in the last biennium, we received 4.55 million for deferred maintenance. In the session before that, we received 3 million. So the new formula in the setup in this current bill, the prioritization that's taken place between us and the Architecture and Engineering Division of Department of Administration and the Governor's Office, and the new formula is potentially providing us quite a boost in our efforts to repair and maintain our campuses, 5 to 6 times what we've received historically the last 2 sessions. In addition, in House Bill 5, there's a pretty major project in there. It's a $6 million upgrade to the Montana Tech steam and heating distribution system. Phase 1 of that, 2.48 million in major repairs, and 3.52 is in the LRBP funding for capital development for phase 2. In addition, in House Bill 5, we have 6 authority-only projects, and these are the projects where the legislature provides a spending authority for the projects. There are no state funds involved, but Montana Code requires a legislative approval on them. These funds are typically federal, private, or other university funds, and these authorities total $27 million. In addition to that, we've asked for, and it's included in the bill, $20 million in spending authority for general spending authority. General spending authority is included for pressing facilities issues that come up between sessions so that we don't have to go back and get legislative approval for those. So that covers House Bill 5. House Bill 14, again, this is the bonding bill. These are where the major capital projects are placed. Capital project is defined as any project over 2.5 million or any square footage with a cost over 250,000, any new square footage. MUS projects in House Bill 14 are the forestry and lab sciences at U of M. This is a new construction for 25 million in bond funding and 20 million in additional spending authority. Again, that's that spending authority for non-state funds. Second project is the Montana Agriculture and Experiment Stations from MSU, the wool lab, 5 chemistry and instrumental labs, and a horticulture lab. It's 11 million in bond funding and 1.3 million in additional authority, and that also is new construction. And then the third item, and this was an amendment that was added in the subcommittee, is Block Hall renovation at U of M Western, which is the only laboratory building at UM Western, and it holds the science and math courses take place there. Those of you that were on the board last March, you toured this building last year, and we were given information on the need of it. And that's $12 million in bond funding for Block Hall. Capital development, similar to the major repairs, add changes from the last session to where there's a formulaic nature to it now, and it provides a framework for how much bonding can take place. As the commissioner said, the long range planning joint subcommittee, which is section F of the budget, they held hearings where we provided extensive testimony, campus staff, presidents, commissioner, myself, and others. The joint subcommittee took executive action on both House Bill 5 and 14 and referred them to the full House Appropriations Committee subcommittee, which held a hearing on February 26th. No further action has taken place on those bills since that February 26th hearing. That ends my report, Mr. Chair and Commissioner. Stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ron. Any questions on this block? Pretty straightforward. You know, one of the questions we get a lot building up to this is how do they get, you hear prioritized a lot from A&E, from us. It starts at a very ground level campus. There's scoring that's done by architectural and engineering firms that tell us, you know, what is in the most need, and those needs are then brought forward in terms of that maintenance piece, and then a similar process on the new improvements. So it's a long building, fairly involved process, but I think we've got a good outcome here. And thanks to the work of some senators at last session, that new bill is providing well for the MUS in terms of the overall deferred maintenance piece, which it should. I mean, we hold about 70% of the state buildings. So we need those resources to help keep up these treasures that I believe the state owns all across Montana. Okay, we'll move on to a group of bills that we refer to as policy bills. I maybe start with the first one, or at least comments, and that is what was House Bill 102, which is no longer a bill. It's been signed into law a few weeks ago. That's the open carry bill. I will tell you that MUS did testify in opposition to that. We are grateful that the legislature and the governor gave us an opportunity to express our concerns and provided us an avenue to make some amendments to the legislation. We were able to change the effective date to get out of this semester, which I think was important. We were able to obtain an amendment to expressly allow us to prohibit firearms at athletic and entertainment events, which I think is important. But as passed, the bill essentially will allow individuals with a valid concealed weapons permit or those who meet minimum firearm safety training requirements to carry a firearm all across Montana, to be honest, including campuses. What I can tell you at this point in time, it's a few weeks in and it's a busy time for your staff in the middle of session. What I can tell you is that the board's going to have some significant conversations to be had and some decisions to be made around the implementation of this. We look at that at our May meeting. I can tell you that your staff is working now to research what best practice is around other states that have passed similar legislation. And it is very similar legislation that's sort of moved across the country. We're not the first state to see this. I'm sure we won't be the last. But we're working to sort of get our arms around what other legislation looks like, how similar, how other state universities or university systems have implemented that new law. Knowing that absolutely our top priority is to keep our campuses and our campus community safe. And that'll be a driving principle behind this. I think we need some meaning at campus to what that is. And so we'll propose some guidance to all of you on how we get there. I will just say, I know you're getting input as a board and that's appropriate. We accept that. We've set up an email address, and as Amy said earlier, we can always email public comment to her that will get to the board and get embedded in this conversation. I'm not really ready to answer all the questions being raised yet. I think we got to get sort of our arms around this now that it is passed and see how we can safely implement across our campuses and how that would look. So we're working on that. We'll continue to work on that. We'll continue to make certain that safety is the number one driver in this. I will tell you just sort of logistically how I see this unfolding is that we will absolutely create venues for students, faculty, staff, union representation, and of course the public to bring input into this discussion. We will probably hold a publicly noticed ARSA meeting is sort of what we're thinking. The chair and I need to get to the final details on this, but at some point prior to the May meeting to give a more thorough discussion at the board level about what we found and what we think would be reasonable implementation efforts. And at that point too, we could have more broad public comment if it's a full notice meeting where we can hear people out and then likely bring to the May meeting some board level guidance for our campuses around this. So, you know, I wish I had all the answers. I know lots of people anxious to weigh in, but I think we just need to sort of let this work be done and get our sort of collective minds around it. And that collective mind will include a lot of voices from campus to students to all and make sure that we have a plan moving forward that represents our values in keeping students safe. And I think I can speak for this board in that's always been the underlying to all of what we do is student safety, student well-being, faculty, staff safety, and their well-being. So that'll be our guiding light. But I think we can get to a spot where we can meet a lot of objectives, including a bill that was passed by 2/3 of the legislature and signed by the governor. And I think that's an important piece to remember in all this also. It does represent in some ways the voice of the Montana voter last fall. LR 130 also passed by about the same margins. So I think we have to consider all of that in the totality and how we move this effort forward. There's three other sort of what we deem as policy bills that.
Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Well, I just think that's an important point. I see from some of the comments that there's a perception from some elements of the public that we can reverse or exclude ourselves from as campuses from this bill. But I think it is important to note, if I'm understanding you correctly, that this is law, and we now need to just focus on how we implement around it safely, without having an option to set aside our campuses apart from it. Is that correct?
I think that's right, Regent Bao, Mr. Chair. There is we stand at the university system in a unique place in the Montana Constitution, a certain amount of authority to manage and control the university system is given to you all as board members. And I know that's a responsibility that you hold dear and one that we'll continue to do. And I think that gives you a lot of latitude to make certain, to my earlier comments, that we're putting the priorities and the safety of students, faculty, and staff forward. But that doesn't erase the entirety of Montana law in doing it either. So we need to see how those interact. And you know, I mentioned best practice around the country, but we also have your legal team here reviewing all of the channels and how this bill interacts. I think that I think a voice spoke in November, and I think we have to have some respect for that voice, and that we need to find a path moving forward that we can do our jobs as constitutionally appointed regents, working with the legislature so they can do their job as elected officials across the state. And we just need to find a balance where we can do that. And I honestly think we can do that, a reasonable one that serves both the legislative intent and our campuses. It's just going to take some work to get there.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And just a kind of a follow-up, just thinking about process. I mean, we heard earlier from Brock about college entrance exams and sort of the internal process of sort of going to best practices, seeing, you know, what policies are being administered across the country. I mean, I'm happy that although we opposed the bill, that we were able to get the amendment to extend the implementation to June 1st. So we had time as a board to really process, think through, understand best practices. So I know that's a heavy lift, certainly for you, Commissioner, and for the board, as we have quite a few things to consider. I mean, there are laws that change federally that we follow the same practice, right? We, as a board, have our long list of board policies that we put our best foot forward to identify what works, what doesn't work, and then we make adjustments to our policies. So I'm grateful that your staff knows the gravity of this law, the implementation of this law, and the authority that we have as a board to identify policies to abide by the law, at the same time ensuring first and foremost student safety, staff safety, faculty safety is our number one concern. So we really look forward to continuing the conversation, and I would underscore too to the public that we have received quite a bit of public comment, and we appreciate the voice, both sides of the bill language, and that I'd underscore the importance of this board continuing to create that venue, as you say, Commissioner, for continued public input, both from the campuses who are affected by this law, but just by the general public. So look forward to us formalizing those meetings and that strategy to make sure that we're an open entity listening and learning to Montana citizens.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And last thing I would say on it is to thank the sponsor. I would tell you that although we opposed it, Representative Burgley was an open ear, constant communication, was gracious in allowing us to speak and express our concerns and try to work some of those in, including the amendments that were obtained, and to meet, as this discussion is, his goals with our goals. And I think that just needs to be a process that continues to move forward, and we'll figure out a path that is right by Montana and right by the university system. And I'll look forward to the efforts to get there. And we'll have more to say on this likely at a meeting prior to the board meeting, then of course at the board meeting in May. So we have Deputy Commissioner, Chief Legal Counsel, Allie Bovington, who's on and going to speak to the other three bills. You all met Allie. I think she was like day 2 on the job when we had our January meeting. So she's fully immersed in a whole lot of issues at this point in time, but she could speak to the next three policy bills, which is House Bill 112, House Bill 218, and House Bill 349. Ally, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Chair Lozar and board members. It's great to be here with all of you today. As Clay said, it was actually my first day was your board meeting in January. So happy to be on board with your great team here at OCHI. As the commissioner mentioned, there's three other bills that we wanted to just talk about a little bit this morning. Policy bills that we're tracking closely because of the potential implications on the university system if these bills are to pass. They are all House bills and they have all passed the first House and now post-transmittal are headed to the Senate. The first bill is House Bill 112 from Representative Fuller. This bill would require the MUS athletic programs to have men's, women's, and co-ed designated teams, and to require that student athletes participate on the team based upon their biological gender. So what that means in application is if you were a transgender female athlete, you would be required to participate on the men's team and you would not be allowed access to participate and compete on the women's team. We have concerns about this bill and that it violates NCAA's policy on inclusion and gender equity. And if the bill were to be passed, it could jeopardize Montana's ability to host NCAA championship events, which is obviously a big deal to our athletic programs, but also to our communities in terms of the economic impact that those types of tournaments and events can bring to Montana. The other piece that is problematic is that the bill would also violate the Biden administration's recent executive order on Title IX. And that means it could potentially impact federal funding for the university system in Montana. And I'm sure, as you probably already know, Montana receives about $350 million in federal funding. The vast majority of that is federal student loans and Pell Grant funding. So very direct impact on students if that funding were to be jeopardized. OCHI appeared informationally on the bill in the House, but after further analysis and review and because of the concerns is looking at opposing the bill in the Senate. And it's of note that the Big Sky Conference has also submitted a letter in opposition to the bill. I would also note that there was a similar law that was passed in the state of Idaho, and it was immediately challenged by the ACLU and has been enjoined, so it has not been implemented. So I think there are some constitutional issues with this bill, and if it were to pass, I think we've heard that the ACLU intends to file pretty much immediately. So that's the first one. The next two are sort of companion bills, and they are both from Representative Mike Hopkins. The first one is House Bill 218, and this bill is referred to as the Campus Free Speech Bill. And basically what it does is it would prohibit free speech zones on campus and require our campuses to adopt policies protecting student rights of free expression. The bill also creates a new standalone civil remedy against the university system if a student's free speech rights are violated. The MUS testified as an informational witness on this bill and provided information to the committee. The campuses currently have policies protecting free speech and that there are not free speech zones on campuses. So this bill in some ways I think is trying to address a problem that doesn't really exist on our campuses, but I think it does have some popularity among the legislators to guarantee those protections in law. The second bill from Representative Hopkins is House Bill 349. And as I said, it's sort of a companion bill to House Bill 218. And this bill, I think, is a little bit more problematic in terms of implementation and potential constitutional and legal issues around it if it were to pass. But what House Bill 349 does is it prohibits discrimination against student organizations based on expression, which again is something that we already follow in our policies on campus. And the bill states that an institution of higher education may not deny a religious, political, or ideological group of benefit or privilege based on expressive activity, including a requirement of the organization that its members affirm the sincerely held beliefs of the student organization. So that's the piece that could potentially have some problems in implementation, because certain students could be excluded from groups if they could not affirm to those sincerely held beliefs. The bill also states that a student may not be expelled for behavioral harassment stemming from speech or expression unless that speech or expression is so severe and pervasive that it denies equal educational opportunities to another student. So that could be a challenge again in implementing. OCHI did not take a position on this bill in the House. ASUM testified against the bill, and again, sort of on the basis that this is maybe a solution in search of a problem, and that we feel, and ASUM feels, that the university system does a very good job protecting the free speech rights of our students, and that we highly value those, and do what we can to make sure that our campuses are a forum for speech, and not in any way a place where speech is restricted. So those are the three bills that Deputy Commissioner Trevor assigned to me. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Any questions on that block of updates?
Commissioner, I have one question. Ali, I may have missed this, but on House Bill 112, you mentioned there's two areas where if this passes, we may be in violation, just in terms of NCAA inclusion, gender equity, as well as the executive order relating to Title IX and federal funding. Did you say there's a certain amount that we would be putting in jeopardy as a state if you combine? I don't know if you've taken a look at, the economic benefits of hosting some of those NCAA events, plus some of the federal funds like Pell that we could potentially be jeopardizing. Do you know what that total is?
So Commissioner, Mr. Lozar, Chair Lozar, sorry. So the total funding for the university system for federal funds is $350 million. There isn't a quantification of what the state could stand to lose if we were not able to host NCAA events.
Mr. Chair, I mean, we've talked even with local chambers and others. I mean, it's in the $5 to $10 million a weekend kind of range, and football venues, and a part of that at basketball venues. There's significant risk. Those are probably more at risk than immediately. But we need to find a way to stay in compliance with the federal regulations to not jeopardize federal funding too.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. We are at Regent Nystuen. To your earlier question, we've got three bills marked out around community college. We segregate those only because the legislature does. They're certainly a part of our MUS team, but we've got Brock ready to speak to those three bills. Senate Joint Resolution 15, House Bill 67, House Bill 179.
And Mr. Chair and Mr. Commissioner, if I might, I'll take them in reverse order, actually, just because I think House Bill 179, so Representative Beatty's bill, deals most directly with the formation of new community college districts. how the elections are held, how levies are established. 67 is more about funding. And then of course the joint Senate resolution is about Bitterroot Valley Community College specifically. So I'll take them in turn. House Bill 179 is passed out of the House and is now getting ready to be heard in Senate Ed. And this bill, just like House Bill 67, has undergone a lot of work since it was first introduced. And at this point, I suppose some of the highlights or the key points. First, like I said, it does outline how new community colleges would be funded via state appropriation. Really looking at projected FTE versus actual FTE, and then some method of reconciliation after each year of the first biennium. It does clarify that community college districts can implement an operating levy, but that levy has to be voted on by the local voters. The bill does make a bit of a change in that elections to form community college districts are now run by local county commissioners rather than the Board of Regents, which had been the case in the past. And then I think importantly, although existing community colleges are grandfathered in under the old method, it does allow for sort of bundling of levies as new community colleges are formed. For us, it was also important to clarify that in order for a community college to receive a state appropriation, which is a significant part of their funding, they do have to have a local operating levy of at least 1.5 mils. So in other words, there has to be a community in the community college. There has to be some skin in the game locally with a local operating levy. So again, I think our community college leaders, the bill sponsor have engaged in a lot of discussion and work on 179. We've certainly been in discussion with folks as well. And we'll watch it as it moves through Senate Ed. House Bill 67 is an adjustment to the community college funding formula. And again, like 179 has gone through a lot of adjustment and tweaking. I think there have been some good conversations between the bill sponsor, Representative Jones, and our community college leaders. And really at this point, what you have is a base plus funding formula that is adjusted based on either actual weighted FTE enrollment or a 3-year average of weighted FTE enrollment. And that works to the advantage of the community colleges. So basically they get an amount of funding and then they look at what it's based on projected FTE. You look at what the actual FTE is in a given funding year or the 3-year average, and whatever is closest to what the projections are is used in order to establish the reconciliation. Importantly also, I think for our community college leaders, it'll be phased in over time. So the existing funding formula will still be in place FY22 and FY23, starting in the following year. This new formula will be in place, and there's a weighting mechanism in there that looks at FTE a bit differently depending on whether it's CTE based, whether it is non-CTE based, or whether it's dual enrollment based. And that also is passed out of the House and is in Senate Ed. Now, Mr. Chair, Regent Nystuen, your specific question about Senate Joint Resolution 15, that's headed in the opposite direction. It's a joint resolution. It started in the Senate. It's now in House Education. And this is, I think, a very straightforward resolution on the establishment of the Bitterroot Valley Community College District. This will allow for the formal establishment of trustees, and requires, of course, through other statutes, that the trustees begin to meet within a certain period of time and formalize the organization process. Again, a fairly straightforward joint resolution. It did pass with very strong support out of the Senate. I believe the last vote, and I might be corrected on this, was 47-3 in favor. I would note, just as an aside, that we continue to work with the advisory board and leadership of the Bitterroot College at presently, to make sure that regardless of what happens with this joint resolution, we have a pathway for either transition toward a BVCC or a pathway for moving forward so that we efficiently and effectively provide educational opportunities to the Bitterroot under some version of the current arrangement where the college is a part of the University of Montana. So I'll stand for any questions on those. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if there's no questions, we can move to the last section, which falls squarely in that category of other. We have Deputy Commissioner McCray is going to speak to 4 or 5 different labor-related bills. We can move through these last ones relatively quickly. They're just ones that I think are on people's radar, so we want them on your radar. But go ahead, Mr. McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Commissioner, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Board members, I will just lump 5 bills into one general observation for you and very briefly, and largely because it appears that these 5 bills will not survive the session. And that's okay with us. If status were to change and these were to pass, I would probably have more detail to report to you. We are following one retirement system bill, public employee retirement system, and also public employer collective bargaining bills, 4 bills that we have watched very closely. All 5 bills would impose some new fiscal and or administrative burden on the MUS as an employer without any material benefit to the employer or employee. Right now, all 5 appear to be tabled or defeated, but we will continue to watch to see that the status stays that way. So thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chair.
Questions around those? I think the last group of 3 different bills, we have Janelle Booth, who is on loan to us from MSU, but is serving in a government relations role at the system and can speak to those 3.
Thank you, Commissioner and Chair Lozar, members of the board, good morning. I will just wrap up with a real quick overview of a couple other bills that may be of interest to the Regents. And I'll start with Senate Bill 247, which allows the MUS or other post-secondary institutes to contract with an alcohol licensee to serve alcohol at university sporting events. This is a bill that is brought by Senator Ellie Boldman, and it passed the Senate. It'll be heard tomorrow in House Business and Labor, and we'll be testifying as informational witnesses on this bill. Basically, you as the Board of Regents already have this authority and have been exercising it in specific instances. So that's the stance we're taking on that particular legislation. Another bill also brought by Senator Boldman is SB 248, which is ensuring student athletes can earn compensation for the use of their name, image, and likeness. This also passed the Senate and will be heard in House Education next Wednesday afternoon. And, you know, there's a number of states that are passing their own legislation on this issue, but the NCAA, they're developing nationwide policy right now. And it's our preference, you know, when working with our athletic directors, that we prefer to await uniform guidelines that apply to all states rather than taking a patchwork approach, which is currently going on across the nation. And finally, House Bill 542 by Representative Derek Skies was a bill to eliminate state support for radio stations, which included some of the public radio stations that are located on our campuses. And after a hearing that had significant opponents, the sponsor passed a motion to table the bill and it did not make it out of committee. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair, I think if there are any questions on that, I guess quickly on the 2 bills from Senator Bolden. There is a new channel, a new licensing channel that's created in the alcohol bill for vendors that may be useful to the vendors. We have been administering that policy at a board level, and it is permissive bill, so it says you can. We'll address that in more detail at a later meeting too, if that finds its way to law. It seems to be on a path to do that. The other one, our concern around the image is not the topic itself, but just that we remain in compliance with NCAA rules, and we'll follow that closely to make sure that's the case. And, you know, as those rules evolve, we'll evolve with them. But I think those are on a path forward. The last thing I would say about legislative update is a thanks to the student lobbyists who've been here with us arm in arm. Rachel Smith, Jack Rank, Maggie Lawrenson, and Allison Reinhold. I would tell you where they're from, but I would say that that's not the capacity they've been in. They've really been serving the MUS as a whole, and they're representing students well, and their voice has been heard on a number of bills, and just been valuable, very valuable contributors to this process. The last thing I would mention, and then we will move on. I know we're getting behind. I would just say quickly, because I know you're also getting some input and some questions, and that's around a topic of newfound interest in a few private institutions in medical education in Montana. And I know I've gotten emails, and you have too. When's this going to be in front of the board and some of those? And the truth is, it will not. They're private institutions. The board will not have a decision package about those. There is a very formal process through which my office issues an authorization letter. It's much, I would say it's analogous to a business license. If you meet the criteria, you get the letter. We issue those very frequently to everything from beauty school to online learning to massage to all kinds of different private education that's happening in the state. We have issued those 2 letters, but we won't have items that come before the board, at least not at this point. As things move forward, both of those conversations are in cities that we have educational opportunities in. And, you know, if they're the right opportunities present for us to be part of a discussion, then that'll come to the board at a later date. But there's nothing on the table at this point that would be brought to the board. They're private education moving forward as private. Quickly, because we're behind, a couple announcements. I know we certainly have one here. Marla Stark is fairly new to the team. I think she was here in January, but you all as board members will want to get to know Marla. She controls your destiny when it comes to travel and lodging and all things around board meetings. And then I do believe University of Montana has one announcement that they want to make if President Bodner or anybody else is on to do that. President Bodner.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's great to see everybody, albeit virtually. And yeah, just a quick announcement. We are very excited to announce that Jenny Petty has joined the University of Montana family as our Vice President for Marketing and Communications. Jenny comes to us from the University of Wyoming, brings a wealth of experience in enrollment marketing, content strategy, strategic communications. Tremendous addition to our team. We are so excited to have her. Very creative, great experience, and a wonderful collaborator, and you know, the type of person we want on our team. In fact, she gave me some homework before she even started by shipping several books to me to make sure that I read, so I could be a good partner for her. So very happy to welcome Jenny and her husband Travis and their 3 children to the University of Montana family.
Thank you, President Bodner. Welcome, Ms. Petty. We look forward to your service to the university system. Mr. Chair, delayed, of course, but apologize for that. That's something I try hard not to do, but we hand this meeting back to you. That concludes the commissioner's comments.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. No, we're very thankful for a thorough update from you, both from COVID to the legislative update. Obviously, you've assembled a great team that are working very hard during the session and have been working hard during the pandemic. So we always look forward to your reports. Just for the new board members, just encourage you to take some time to read the campus reports that are part of the commissioners and systems update. They're thorough. And I know the campuses work really hard to sort of highlight some of the key things that are happening in between meetings. So it's always a great resource to learn more about what's happening in the system. And I think we're going to transition before taking a break. We're going to transition for some remarks from Superintendent Artson. Superintendent Artson, welcome to today's meeting. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I so appreciate our partnership. So thank you, Commissioner and Chair and members. For the record, I'll say that because isn't this a legislative session?
Yeah.
I'm so honored to be the state superintendent. And we have a lot of work that we've done before, and look at our future of what we've got. So I'm very pleased to welcome the new commissioners that we have. Board members, thank you for your service. Mr. Buchanan, thank you very much for now becoming commissioner, or I should say board member. Again, thank you. And of course, we have a new one that has a lot of experience in K-12. Thank you very much. We have board member Bao. They'll said thank you. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Looking for a great partnership moving forward with your experience. So my remarks are going to be simple. I know we want to get back on schedule for you in your meeting. Want to make sure that we are very succinct in our comments. So it is about legislative work, and I'm really pleased to see that of our 4 bills, 3 have crossed the finish line. 1 has been signed by the governor, and it's the most important one. It funds our public education. We send out about $800 million annually in 11 payments to our 400 school districts, and that was signed by the governor on February 25th. Christmas came early, and I'm very pleased that the legislature continued their promise to promise our public schools and focusing on children and teachers first before they got into other heavy lifting. And very pleased with that. Special education has also been a huge focus this session for our office. The pandemic is here, and I know that it has affected all of us. It's a personal pandemic. But in public education, specifically, our special needs students, which are about 17% of all of our population of 150 students, they have been affected greatly. We are very pleased that the legislature has agreed to, we still have to go to the second house with it, but agreed to blend special education inflation with base aid, which means now that it is moving together. It will it will have a view of equity rather than having it being separated. It was a lot of work, a lot of sessions, and I want to welcome at this point, Allie Bovington. I know from the governor's office, this has been a discussion since she served in that role as well. So we are moving that ball forward, and hopefully it will cross that line. The other aspect that we're working with is broadband and making sure that a amount of money from Commerce goes into the Office of Public Instruction, and a E-rate opportunity for $1 to a $7 gathering from the federal government. So that leads me really quickly then into what the federal government is going to be giving both of our shops. So I know I gave out $41 million to public schools in June. The governor's office gave $85 million that had a shelf life through Christmas of this previous year. There's $170 million that has been, I'll say, captured by the legislature. And we'll be receiving that shortly to go out to our schools. And then, of course, we're awaiting the president's signature to make sure that almost $400 million then will be coming into our public school system. I also have been given a job that I never had before, and that is to deliver $12.8 million to our our private school partners In Montana, private school is homeschool. And we don't necessarily have any grasp or data coming from who they are. They are recorded annually at the county superintendent's office. And so we are not necessarily struggling, but you can imagine deadlines. I have on March 24th, I need to open an application to get these dollars expended in 6 months. So I have quite a heavy lift on something I've never done before, but I know I've never shirked away from a civic duty or to make sure that I complete my job. So we're working on that. And then real quickly, want to say that in our partnership with assessments, we are very pleased that there are 3 ACT windows that will be open with a May possibility if indeed something with the pandemic means that we need to open it another window. I have asked the president, I've asked the new secretary, Miguel Cardona, to comply with the waiver that we've asked. And it would be a blanket waiver to begin with, but Montana is very creative and we put forward alternatives. So instead of offering a statewide test that is outside the ACT that's offered in high school, so we test 3rd grade through 8th grade, normally in a 10-hour stint, we're going to a 3-hour test. So shorting the test, and this is probably going to be a move going forward. We're also looking to see if we can lexile or equate a test that is given at the local level and aggregate that at our level to make sure that I have one test score that can be then supplanted for this test that might be given. The problem that I have with testing is you have to be in the school. You have to be in that classroom. It is a digital test, but to be able to proctor it with efficacy and to make sure that the data that comes out of that is going to be meaningful and responsive to any action going forward to enhance learning. It just seems that it's just too big of a bite right now for our teachers, for our parents, and most especially our students to seek if this is the best answer for success. So just looking forward to graduation, like I know we all are on your campuses as well. And we went through that really in a short term last spring. And I know our school districts are much more prepared for that graduation. But I'm also looking at completion rates more so to give more time because of what the pandemic has done. So we're looking at things differently. But again, I want to say thank you for our partnership. We have a lot of work to do. I know after the legislature sine dies and they see government or our good work in their rear view window, that means all of what they have given us is something we have to unwrap. And so our summers are going to be busy. The other note that I just wanted to say to the president of the University of Montana, I'm channeling Go Grizzly today. I had my budget hearing and we dodged a couple things, which is great. And since I was a legislator of 12 years, I understand the process. But I came in as a mama grizzly today, and I think they listened to my roar. And I just want to give a shout out to the University of Montana and the benefit of the education that I received there in processing me forward in my role. So welcome to the new members. I'm here to help you. I believe in a P20 system, and I believe in great opportunities that we can both put forward for our students. So with that, I'll stand for any questions, and I wish everyone great health.
Thank you, Superintendent. Do any board members have any questions for Superintendent Arntzen?
No, thank you, Superintendent, for the nice welcome.
Excellent. And thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule. I know in and out of hearings it's complicated to align your schedule. So we're really thankful that you have joined us today and provided your remarks. So thank you, Superintendent.
Stay well. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, we're going to take a quick break. For those that are online, please do not disconnect from the meeting. We'll mute all the lines and we're going to reconvene in 10 minutes at about 11:10. All right, I hope everyone had a good break. Let's dive in. I'll turn it over to the Chair of the Budget, Admin and Audit Committee, Chair Dombrowski.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. Again, I'd like to extend my welcome to Annan and Regent Bao. Thank you for being willing to serve with all of us. You'll notice the Budget Committee actually has no action items today. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Tyler to just get us through all of the items and to use his staff as he so well does. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. We have the consent items, and I guess I would just say they're grouped in categories of staff, emeritus faculty, and I can't see the bottom of it, could be then other facilities. If any of you have any desire to pull any one of those items, we would be happy to put it on the action. We reviewed these items with the Budget Committee in preparation for this meeting. So members have been given a report on these items, and we hope to have passage of them by the committee. Madam Chair, I think Regent Rogers has a question.
Oh, thank you. I did not see that.
Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner Trevor and Chair Dombrowski. I just wanted to make a note for the record that in relation to item G, I have a professional relationship with Bozeman Health, which is a health system that is involved with the plans to deliver health services in the Bozeman or at the Bobcat Athletic Complex.
Thank you, Regent, for bringing that potential conflict out. Are there any other questions or any other comments relative to any of the consent items, which are many? Hearing none, guess we'll move along to information.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. To start off in the information category is a quick presentation that'll take about 5 to 10 minutes that I have to just kind of get all of us on the same page for what needs to occur in May following the legislative session in terms of state appropriations and the relationship it has to setting tuition. So with your permission, Madam Chair, I'd walk the committee through a couple of slides here and take some time to take some questions from the group.
Please, and thank you.
Okay, it's a little clunky here. We're in a different room. I don't have the remote, which makes me feel out of control, but that's all right. I'm going to get over that.
I'm gonna get over it.
Okay, to try to simplify things, just 3 questions here. That's all we're going to talk about is how is state appropriations for the MUS determined? When are the allocations or the appropriations allocated to campuses? And the big question is how are campus allocations determined, including performance funding? So let's just wade through this. Next slide. First question. Well, we talked about this a little bit already today. We're right in the middle of it. The legislative appropriation comes to the university system in a lump, and it has done it that way since 1995. Often when we talk to sort of the evolution of the system, we point to this lump sum funding as one of the primary cogs in which is really makes us a system and has changed how we deal with the legislature since 1995. Rather than individual campuses having line item funding within the budget and each one of them having their own lobby, we approach the legislature as a system. And I don't think we need to emphasize just how important that is, but we're seeing it in action today, literally. The second group of bullets there talks about just what's the mechanism for the legislature to determine that lump. And so on its very basic principle here, we start with a base, and that base is always the second year of the biennium. And that's important for our budget going forward, as you heard me mention earlier today, that we're receiving $8 million from the state in the second year of the biennium, which will increase our base. So that's of the utmost importance. And how does that base get increased? Well, it's through present law adjustments. And without getting too technical on present law adjustments, as I mentioned before, really you can think of those as inflationary cost adjustments. I split them into three categories. The first one is statewide fixed costs. Those are calculated actually by the governor's office, Department of Administration. And that has to deal with very mechanical type formulas that relate to all agencies throughout government. And then we have the personnel costs, and I have a hard time, I have to say this every time, I have a hard time saying personnel because in state budgeting in Montana, we call it personal services, not personnel services, but nevertheless, personnel costs are also included. The rising costs based upon what happened in the previous biennium. And what happened in the previous biennium, we received a pay plan that started in January. And so we didn't have full base funding for that pay plan. So that's a good example of a present law or an add-on to our base. And you can see the other things I have listed there. If we're going to have an increase in health insurance, you'll see it there. We have market and merit type adjustments given the types of positions we have, particularly faculty that are on ranks. We have leave payouts when someone retires and they've accumulated leave, we have to pay those people. And then we have a third category called higher education specific present law adjustments. And that's things that are unique to running a university system or a campus. We have large IT costs compared to your typical state agency, utilities, libraries and journal. You can't believe the mass amount of increase in costs and what we have to keep up with there. Compliance and safety is huge. Other examples are rent. So that really is the package of present law. We also, at other times when we bring new buildings on within a biennium, the state will pay its portion of the operation and maintenance of those buildings for 2 years. And those are line item fundings that come to a specific campus on top of the present law. Pay plan, is, as we talked about earlier today, is in a different bill, but that gets added into the lump. And really what I wanted to point out was the key difference for the campuses compared to any other facet of state government, including the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education, is that the campuses are not funded based upon the number of staff FTE that they have. It is truly a lump. And so whether they have 150 FTE or 160 FTE at a particular campus, that is the determination of what that campus itself is going to do to manage its resources. So the legislature does not connect a dollar to each one of those staff and faculty positions at our campuses. You heard me talk earlier today about new proposals that I won't go much into that, but you can either receive base funding, which you don't have to talk about every legislative session going forward, or OTO, one-time only funding, which has often kind of been in vogue for the legislature to fund us. Examples of this from the past are we had a transferability initiative that received base funding. Actually, that was one of the few times we increased the number of FTE here at OCHI. We've had other instances for workforce equipment funding, veteran success, distance learning, the research initiative. And you see I talked earlier today about the access scholarship. All of those are new proposals. They don't necessarily get added onto our base, but we have to consider those along with the funds we receive in House Bill 2. And then I talked about shared policy goals as sort of a vehicle to create a partnership with the legislature to ensure their trust, not only around items of accountability like performance funding, which we have had shared policy goals on in the past, but larger policy topics like tuition freeze that help promote affordability in the state, metrics related to efficiency in the past, career and technical education that kind of helped shepherd us along and push us in a direction to create a portal and a central application. So these are all attributes that are connected very strongly to the Board of Regents strategic plan and the success agenda that the regions have identified and kind of refreshed annually. So that's question one. I'll pause at any time along the way. Please just interrupt me. I don't want to feel like I'm just talking in a vacuum, but at the same time, I'm going to try to make this as succinct as possible. Question number 2, when are state appropriations allocated? And that's easy. It's biennial, every other year at the end of the legislative session, the May meeting typically for the regions. At times we've made presentations at the May meeting and actually voted on the decision on the allocation at a separate meeting that occurred in June. Lately, we have not done that. You'll see that we have the attributes of when we allocate are found in a policy that we have on biennial allocations to the campuses. I have a note under the second bullet of the important relationship of the connection between the allocation of state appropriations, the termination of tuition and fees, and financial aid, that triad. And we talked about this in terms of our strategic budgeting in the past and the effort that we need to continue to strengthen the relationship between those 3 pillars. If we move to the next slide, I have just a quick graphic there that we've used. Actually, this is an excerpt from a meeting that took place in September 2016, our Regents meeting, where we talked about board governance framework, and we talked about setting mission parameters for campuses, which we have done and passed in policy, that differentiate the mission of each one of our campuses, and that there should be attributes of that found in our distribution and allocation methodology. And I'll talk about just how that is set up here in a moment. But this just visually gives the concept there of connecting these 3 pillars and aligning those pillars through policy connections. And then on the other end of this of a scale, pushing up on us at all times is the need to remain efficient through collaboration and shared services. All right, let's move on to the final question here. Question 3. So just how are the campus allocations determined by the MUS? Well, as I talked, we have a base plus model, and then I like to describe it as a base plus model with allocation drivers that adds in an element of performance. So all of this is determined and approved by the Board of Regents. Now we get a lot of questions. Is like, when is the legislature going to tell us what performance funding is? The legislature doesn't tell us what performance funding is. In fact, they don't mandate that we have performance funding. It's the Board of Regents who determined that in the allocation process, they wanted to use something other than enrollment to determine the aspects of how campuses could receive portions of the state allocation. And they wanted to incentivize campuses to pursue specific avenues. And I'll talk in a couple of slides here more about performance funding. But so we have this base plus, and we have additional funding allocated based upon multiple measures. I guess that's the easiest way to say it. In a given year, we know what each campus's base is. And then we look to how are we going to allocate the new money that we receive through our present law adjustments. And of course, we could just go back to those present law adjustments individually, because we create the lump request of present law is actually created by the smallest pieces, which are each campus present law. So we can go back and look at what the present law was for each one of the campuses and try to relate that back to what the legislature has appropriated. Oftentimes that's difficult because we create a present law amount, we bring it to the regents in the year before the legislative session for approval. The regents approve that. We then negotiate that amount with the governor's office, who then hopefully the governor includes that in his budget, and then the legislature picks it up and does other things to it. So by the time it's done with a legislative session, relating it specifically back to an individual campus sometimes can be quite difficult. So we use other mechanisms. I mentioned here the pay plan. Of course, that gets added in, and we typically allocate the pay plan to campuses based upon it's a 55% per hour increase. We apply it equally across all of the campuses. At other times, multiple measures have related back to those shared policy goals. The tuition freeze had a backfill rate in there of 3% for resident students who would not receive an increase in tuition. We've looked at the campus share of resident enrollment. What percent of the overall resident enrollment does a campus possess? And we use that as a guidepost for allocating. We have also taken in times when we received cuts. In the 2017 legislature, we took what share of the base budget does each campus have? And we allocated those cuts equally across all of the campuses. On the right-hand side, I have some bullets there that really serve as metric guideposts. And we look often at the amount of state support we receive per resident student. And we also couple that with what percent of a campus's budget is made up of state appropriations compared to tuition. And we particularly look at those two metrics in terms of those mission parameters. Are you a flagship doctoral campus? Are you a smaller 4-year campus? Are you a 2-year campus? And we compare that to peers around the nation. So we have benchmarks and ideas of where campuses with those types of missions should be. And finally, and really important here is we combine the state approach and the tuition revenue together to look for an overall expenditure per student. And again, we compare those within mission categories. So the multiple measures they're deep, and there's a number of them, and we're going to work through those and come to the budget committee earlier than the May meeting with some options, and we'll talk those through. So by the time we get to the May meeting, there will be a template, and for lack of better words, that will work us through the amount of the appropriation per year and just exactly how the mechanically those dollars have been allocated. I'm going to show you an example of what that template looks like here in a second. I also meant to talk about performance funding here on this slide. And I have some slides that have details on performance funding. I'm not at all positive at this point. I want to work through the nitty gritty of how we determine the dollars from performance funding. That might be best saved for another time, but just to let the members of the committee and the rest of the board know, this is a 7-year history of using performance funding for a small piece of our allocation. At times it's ranged somewhere between 5 and 10% of the overall allocation in dollars going out through performance. And we've landed on just a fixed amount lately. It's a $15 million per year. We've kept it at 15 million since FY16. And again, I'll talk about some of the attributes of performance funding in the upcoming slide. I'll go ahead and advance there to slide 7. Okay, so we have policy, and I pretty much covered this. We have procedures in our policy that say allocations should use multiple measures. We have some other appropriations that we receive in that same program for campuses you have to remove first before you go apply formulas to them. And we say the board can use performance funding. And then we also talk about Regents priority funds. I'm going to show you how that works here on the next slide. This is actually a slide from the last biennium. So in 2019, we used this same way of presenting the funds that we received from the legislature. We had a base year of FY19, and you can see that there is hopefully you can see it. And if you can't, this is a really tough slide to work through then. But I'll just describe it. Step 1 of our process, it's a 3-step process. We take the total amount from House Bill 2, we add the pay plan to it, we add an appropriation we get from the legislature to pay for our audits. That one kind of makes me chuckle there a little bit. And then we also have a statutory appropriation that helps us out with our retirement. We add that to that, we come up with an amount. Step 2 then says, hey, you're going to have some line item funding that's just historically been in your budget. You need to remove it and give it to the campuses first to come up with the amount that you actually have to allocate. And we have some line items in there for very small amounts for the Yellow Bay Research Station on the UM side, PBS on the MSU side. We have family practice. It's called graduate medical education that sponsors residencies for doctors. We then have motorcycle safety training that occurs on the Northern's campus that gets taken out. And then we have a thing called Regents Priority. The Regents have decided each biennium to hold a certain set of money aside to specifically tackle system initiatives. And so we back all those funds out, and now we have the amount to allocate to the campuses. That takes us to step 3, which is on the next page. And so just very mechanically here, we go to step 3 and we say, okay, right off the bat, let's get down to the base minus performance funding. So I'm doing this as a system right now, but this would literally be done for each campus. You say, okay, take the base, pull the $15 million off and set it aside. And then take those line item fundings, the funding for each one of these areas that I talked about on the previous page, and we allocate those out to campuses proportionally, the audit costs and the statutory appropriations for retirement. And then we have a 3-step kind of decision process being made here. We go to our present law adjustments. We say, okay, we could allocate present law. How do we want to allocate it? Or we could take a look at backfills. If we had cuts or if we had a tuition freeze, what rate are we going to backfill for either a cut or for a tuition freeze? And then finally, we can look at those multiple metrics that I talked about before, particularly state support per resident student. And is there a need for an adjustment? And you can see in this year, there definitely was. We backfilled for a tuition freeze at 3.7 million, but we allocated 6.9 million because of some disproportionate funding on the amount of state support per resident student. And then we allocate the pay plan. And when we're done with that, we're left with one thing left to do: measure performance and allocate the $15 million. Well, this seems extremely complicated. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible here. In a step-by-step process, it actually isn't all that complicated. But that's sort of the, I guess, a look into what you don't want to see, the sausage machine there. This would come out with a recommendation from OG to the budget committee of those allocations. We could go and drill down into any one of these areas and explain what was the formula and the mechanics behind each one of those decisions. So I'm just going to kind of pause there and kind of take the temperature of the group here. And if you had enough information, it's fine. I can bypass talking about performance funding or answer any questions related to this process.
As a new region, I find it very helpful. Probably need to hear it at least 2 more times, but I really appreciate giving some structure around it. So I'd like to hear at least a high level recap on the performance side as well.
Excellent. That's great. It's really tough for me not to be in the same room as everyone and talk to you about such, well, it's an extremely important topic, but can be a little bit granular. So let's move to the next slide. And please just stop me at any moment here. And these are some really high level slides here on performance funding. I've used this presentation in forms of it to talk to the legislature, to talk to a whole host of groups, particularly the Board of Regents. So bullet 1, from 1972, really the conception of the university system through 2014, we used one metric if we were going to use a metric to allocate dollars, and that would have been enrollment. And so this notion of performance just adds to enrollment. It doesn't remove enrollment as a mechanism. In fact, in many of our ratios that we use, enrollment is the key factor. But in FY 2015, after a shared policy goal with the legislature in the previous biennium, we made our first allocation. And it was only based upon 2 metrics. It was a smaller amount of money, but it got our toes dipped into the water of performance funding. And those 2 metrics were retention, and in other words, what % of an entering cohort of freshmen will come back for a second year, and completions, simply just how many people, count them up, received a degree or certificate on your campus. And if you made improvements over a 3-year period of time, you were awarded your allotted amount. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in detail in a second. And then so from 2016 to present, we've allocated $15 million per year. We expanded the metrics by mission. I'm going to show you a picture of that here in a second. Go ahead to the next slide. So as with anything, it has to be grounded in the goals. Why are we doing this? And I can tell you that this was grounded squarely in an initiative called Complete College America, and we're still a member state of that. Brock could tell us how many states are in it now. It's getting close to 50. One of their hallmark game changer strategies when it first started was performance funding, and we used their practices and their suggestions at really the cornerstone of our process. And what that was centered on, and I believe still is to help increase the percentage of the population with a higher education credential. So straight up, increase degree production. And I have a link there to a dashboard. We could click on it and it would show you the number of degrees over time, and has performance funding had an effect on that? We could debate that. And then number 2 on goals is to incentivize campuses, focus on the output as well as the input, not just enrollment, but on success of students. And finally, and the one I like the best is pay for what we value. And this is really key, because performance funding does a great job of communicating not just to the campuses, but the legislature and whoever wants to know, what is it that the university system values? And so it also has a strong communication element of accountability. And that's what's key to us right now with the legislature. They'll ask us, how are you accountable? They want to know every agency's objectives and goals. Well, we have a strategic plan that does a good job of that, a success agenda as well, but nowhere else can you see it as visibly as you can in performance funding. So go to the next slide. The potential allocation. So how much does each campus get a bite out of that $15 million? How do we determine that? And we simply we ask the question, what % of the resident students does that campus have? And we take a 3-year average of it. So in this example here, MSU Bozeman has 35.5% of the resident students in over that 3-year period of time. And so we take 35.5% of $15 million. That's that campus's allocation. A key to this, though, is we separate out embedded 2-year campuses. And they have different metrics, but that's important as we do these measures. So go to the next slide. Each sector, so our flagship campus, our 4-year campuses, and our 2-year campuses, has its own unique set of metrics. But equally to that, they also possess the core set of metrics, which are undergraduate, the counting of this undergraduate certificates and degrees, and the measurement of retention rates. And what's important about that is one is a number and one is a percent. And it's provided us, so far at least, a good balance between campuses that may have fluctuating enrollment and the ability to have those core measures separated by a percent and actually a numerical count. But you can see from this slide then that what it looks like. The MSU and U of M have all of the same metrics, but they differ from the smaller 4-year campuses. We actually have some bifurcation there in the middle between the smaller 4-year campuses. And then you go to the 2-year campuses and they have additional metrics that are more related to their mission. Dual enrollment, for instance. Okay, 3, metrics are measured annually and compared to their 3-year average. Why is that important? And what's key about this? One, it's a 3-year average. Campuses have to make improvements over a 3-year average, and they only compete against themselves. They don't. If they are awarded their money, they're not pulling money from another campus. They're not having to compete against a neighboring campus that has maybe different dynamics going on. Those metrics are only contained within each campus and measured on a 3-year average. Next slide. We also weight the metrics. So the board can change weights. We actually just did a year ago. We added in a couple new metrics for underrepresented groups, and we gave them weights. And as you can see, the counting of degrees and certificates and retention rates are the strongest weighted ones. So go ahead, move along. Next one. And then this is the last slide, and it just kind of, it gets more into the technicalities of how we do some of the math. We standardize everything and index to a 1,000 points. We expect campuses to improve by 1%. We have a transitional zone. So when campuses actually go down, they don't get all the money ripped away at once. It actually backs it off slowly. And then finally, when campuses don't receive all their funds, it produces a residual fund, which we then allocate in different manners, and we follow some procedures to use those funds, typically for system initiatives. So, Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for bearing with me to make it through that. I think it's incredibly important that we're all on the same page as we walk towards this decision-making process that has to occur in May. Thank you.
Chair Dombrowski, I don't think we can hear you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Appropriately muted. Let me thank you, Deputy Commissioner Tyler. Regent Buchanan, do you have a quick question?
I do. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Trevor. As always, the credibility that this institution from largely under your precise and concise reporting. I got a quick question. Having been a part of the focus on performance-based funding in 2013 and working directly with the Education Committee at the legislature and the leadership at that time on this, a lot of the impetus behind it was to give the legislature direct budgetary authority, at least some ownership over that budgetary authority. Are we actively engaging with the Education Committee to continually assess, are we using the metrics that are most relevant to that group? And if not, is that appropriate? Is that something that we should do? I mean, I know that you are constantly in communication with these folks, but that felt to me like one of the biggest wins from performance-based funding when we talked to the legislature saying, we want to allocate funds directly towards your priorities. And at that time, we settled on retention and completion. There were more time to completion was the concern, so retention surfaced. And then completion, there was a conversation about the right types of jobs, at least in the eyes of those legislators. So what is our protocol to remind the legislature that this was largely created to give them some input on our budgetary allocations, and how are we doing with that? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Regent Buchanan. We definitely use performance funding to communicate with the Education Subcommittee in the interim, as well as in the throughout the legislative process. I truly believe that where we're at with our appropriations and where we are right now with our appropriations hinges upon the fact that we have performance funding and we've kept it and it's effective. In terms of their specific connection to the metrics, and I remember the talk about time to degree and ensuring that those were a portion of this, and I think that's probably the level of detail that they exercised here, because after we agreed to that in a shared policy goal, really the commitment we made to the university system and the campuses is that we would build this collectively with our campuses and the faculty, and we did just that, and we used the best practices from Complete College America, and we took the expertise from the faculty that we have in the system. And we put together what now is actually it's a pretty complex process, but works quite well. I think from the feedback we've received from the legislature, they're comfortable with us having the reins on the detail, but just knowing the fact that we are holding our campuses to some sort of standard, some sort of performance level that the Regents have identified that relates to completion, retention, time to degree, kind of in that vein. I think that's kind of universally accepted.
I would like to jump in on this because what Deputy Commissioner Trevor is getting to there at the end, I think is super important, because we even talked to the subcommittee a fair amount about sort of this murky line conversation. And it was important that we design the metrics and that we measure the metrics. And so they really left the process up to us. I think what we've done though every session is renewed through these shared policy goals and through truly just a incredibly different level of accountability at subcommittee. We walk through sort of what we're doing. And I don't personally think that gives up any of our authority to manage this budget ourselves or you all as board members. But I think the legislature wanted to see us measure. They wanted to see performance be a standard for which we measure. They're very involved with Complete College America. They did say it's up to the board to measure, because I think that's your all's role. But we will incentivize you to measure with resources, and they gave us new resources to do that. But so I think we have really entered a new era of accountability in terms of showing up the first few days of the subcommittee hearing, telling them what our metrics are, how we're doing, what our retention rates are doing. I mean, we refreshed that in terms of the conversation, but I do think they've been respectful in allowing the board to devise and disseminate those resources, which I think is really the right protocol in terms of the murky line.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. If there's no other questions at this moment, we'll hold on the rest of the information items from the Budget Committee, and I'll turn it back to you, Chair Lozar.
All right, thank you, Chair Dombrowski. We are gonna take a break from our meeting, and we'll come back at, let's see, we'll come back at 12:45 to resume the Budget Admin and Audit Committee meeting. Right now, the board members have the opportunity to share lunch virtually with the faculty representatives. So you can stay on. If you're watching, you can stay on, or you can log off and log back in. We should be back online around 12:45.
Ready to go?
Yeah, welcome back, everyone, to the Board of Regents meeting. And thank you again to the faculty who we had an opportunity to share lunch dialogue with. Where we left off is we just finished one item in the Budget Committee, and we'll go back to budget. So Chair Dombrowski, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. We'll go to information item B, and I would invite President Bodnar to report on information B under the budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board. I'm going to ask our Vice President Paul Lasser to talk to you about the status of some of our student-facing upgrades here at the University of Montana. But for the new members of the board, I just wanted to provide 30 seconds of context. Because it's been obviously a very busy 12 months of COVID, but as we've been dealing with the urgency of right now, we've also been making some good progress to renew the physical infrastructure on our campus. UM's, University of Montana's age of plant ratio, which is a measure of the age of the buildings on our campus, it's close to 30% older than similarly rated institutions. So actually in the fall of 2019, we began a multi-year effort to refresh that infrastructure. And importantly, we worked to do so without relying solely on state funds. And prior to the pandemic, with the leadership of Vice President Lassiter, we went to private financial markets and restructured our existing debt to free up new capital to invest in our students. We executed this strategic transition at a time of historically low interest rates. In fact, we saved nearly $9 million in interest expense alone, and also secured additional capital to make some long overdue improvements to our residence halls, our classrooms, learning spaces, and labs. And a lot of that money is already being put to work. And Vice President Lasser, a huge credit to his leadership in this effort. And he's going to walk you through a brief overview of that master plan and some of the exciting things that you'll see happening on the University of Montana's campus. At least I think he is. I don't know if he's if he's joining. He knows we're going at 12:45, so hopefully he's trying to get in right now.
Yes.
Apologies for that. Everything was turned off on my end, my fault. Chair Dombrowski, members of the Board of Regents, it's my pleasure to be in front of you today to give you an overview of our student life campus master plan. We do have a presentation that I believe Amy was going to be kind enough to flip through, so hopefully that's going to occur. Excellent, looks like we're getting there. The plan that we undertook here at the University of Montana was to really evaluate our campus and look at all of the spaces and places that are most impactful on the lives of our students day to day. Our architects took a pretty creative approach in looking at our campus, breaking the University of Montana into 4 quadrants, including key geographical landmarks and experiential type analysis, and thinking about what are students thinking, feeling, and encountering on our campus, and how can we make those things better and more of, improve the connective tissue between those areas of campus to help improve the student experience. And of course, this is with, 2 really principal goals in mind. First and foremost, to serve our existing students as well as we possibly can, but also to make our campus as attractive and appealing as possible when visitors come to the beautiful city of Missoula and our beautiful campus. I want you to go ahead and flip to the next page, Amy. Our campus is broken into 4 quadrants. the community connection, that connector, the river section, of course, one of the few campuses across the United States where we actually have a river right next door to our campus. Obviously, Mount Sentinel behind the campus and the iconic M and the trail that is the most hiked trail in the state of Montana, from what I understand. And of course, looking at our campus core. And what our architects elected to do was try to find ways to make every one of these spaces more welcoming and more service oriented, and in fact, capitalize on the natural beauty of each of these particular spaces and places. Let's go ahead and go to the next page. The first project and the most significant project and that is a part of our Student Life Master Plan is a new dining hall. We set upon determining what the best location for that dining hall might be, again, in mind with all of the areas surrounding our campus and where students are congregating and at what times of the day. And we've landed on a spot that is on an existing building, the Lomason building, looking at the northeastern corner of that building, as well as some of the space immediately to the south. One of our residence halls, one of the wings of our residence halls, Craig Hall, would also be occupying the space that the new dining facility will occupy. The positioning of this facility is really key for several reasons. Number one, making it really a destination location for our students, our community, and all that visit our campus. We're looking at trying to maximize view opportunities, looking over on the Oval, overlooking Mount Sentinel, really trying to make this space a place that's going to draw students, draw members of our community, and have them encountering that space for extended periods of time. Let's go ahead and move to the next slide, Amy, please. Thank you. Knowles Hall, right across the way from this position of our new dining facility, is a well-loved hall that is definitely in need of repair and renovation, bringing things up to modern standards. You might recall that last summer, in fact, we set about to renovate Panzer Hall. So that has set a new standard for our campus. And we're intending to bring every one of our residential facilities up to at least that standard. And the next item on that list is, of course, Knowles Hall. Now, if you'll move ahead one more page, both of these two new projects occupy the south and north of our Ryman Mall walk. This entire area that encompasses the western entrance to our campus will be refreshed, renewed, revitalized. We're looking at monument signage, completely renovating the walkways and all of the aesthetic features around this area to make it as attracting and inviting and comfortable as we can make it. Let's go ahead and move one more slide forward. One of the current structures that is on the upper right-hand picture here. You can see the white building there right above the yellow the pink strip, which is Arthur Boulevard, is our corner store. We recently renovated the interior of this space. We will likely renovate the exterior of this space as a part of the campus master plan and connect that space with the dining facility through a walkway, a plaza adjacent to the Ryman Mall. The parking lot will be, of course, renovated, renewed, and we're trying to really enhance the views and experience of this entire section of campus. Let's go ahead and move one more. Signage. One of the things that's really, in my opinion, I think the opinions of our architect is lacking at the University of Montana is adequate signage announcing you have arrived. The first time I visited the University of Montana, frankly, when I got on Arthur Boulevard, I drove right past it. I didn't know where to turn in. I didn't know where to go. We need to fix that. We need to make sure that people understand and know you're on our campus, you've arrived, and here's where you need to go to visit and to begin your experience in exploring the great space that we have here at the University of Montana. So adding signage, and the design has not quite been determined yet, but we know that there are several key locations around campus where something like a monument sign would enhance the visibility of our campus and establish a really solid connection with our place for visitors in particular. Let's go ahead and move one more. One of the things we want to look at in partnership with our colleagues at the City of Missoula is really renovating Arthur Boulevard itself. really changing the look and feel of the central entryway onto our campus into more of a collegial place. The top illustration here is one of the options that we've explored that accomplishes several goals, really. First and foremost, would help to slow the traffic on Arthur Boulevard, which is definitely a goal of the city. We have near miss incidents virtually every year on Arthur Boulevard. If we put a center median down Arthur Boulevard, we'll naturally slow traffic, and we can expand the areas around those two lanes of traffic to include pedestrian, busways, bikeways, and the like, to help accomplish safety goals, as well as frankly beautifying the space and making it a lot more appealing. Let's go ahead and advance one more. Another exciting possibility is the expansion of our Memorial Grove, essentially turning that entire pink section you're looking at on the picture here into largely pedestrian centric. Currently, traffic is routed right past the Adams Center and our campus rec building. And, frankly, you've got traffic encroaching on what is largely a pedestrian space already. And it's not the safest of places on our campus. We want to rectify that and also beautify it. And in concert with the potential location of the MAC, which is the dark purple in that pink section there, we really think this would be an exciting enhancement that would extend the pedestrian access and really make it more welcoming all the way from the Clark Fork River into the heart of our campus. So that's something we're looking at doing as well. Next slide, campus signage around the University of Montana is dated. It's old. We need to improve the directional signs that people encounter on our campus. It's difficult to find your way around. Now let's go ahead and move one more slide forward, please, which leads us into building signage. The building signage on our campus is needs updating. Well, let's put it that way. We've got outdated departments listed in buildings that no longer occupy those spaces. We want to move to electronic signage and more walkway guidance directional signage that is much more inviting and helps people find their way around campus that are visiting us for the first time. All right, let's go ahead and move one more. Now this is, I included this slide as one of the more creative ideas that our architects presented us with. I'm not sure this will make it into the final execution of our campus plan, but they really looked at ways to connect, again, all of the aspects of our campus to all the other aspects. So if you look at the mountain and the iconic M Trail, the entrance to that trail is actually way off to the north. It's behind a few buildings and it's rather difficult to find. But since it's such a centerpiece of our campus, what if there's a way to make it more accessible right up the center of our campus? So something like a pedestrian footbridge with a vehicular underpass, something like that might be an option. I would put this on the list of things that would be nice to have, not required to have, but certainly something that would be a unique feature for our campus for visitors first encountering the University of Montana. Let's go ahead and move one more ahead. We're also going to be looking at making several infrastructure type improvements, taking electrical lines and other utility installations and moving them out of sight. Well, one of the things that I've experienced here at the University of Montana is when you stand on our campus and look around, you see the beauty that is all around us. And it is really a stunning place. What we want to do is remove all of the impediments to that view and give our students and visitors a feeling like they are really someplace special. They've arrived at a very special, unique place. So we want to take those utilities and sort of industrial infrastructure items and hide them as best we can so the natural beauty all around us will show through and make a much stronger impression. So that's a quick overview of some of the items on the campus master plan. Reviewed the plans with our student body, our Associated Students Group. They've actually passed a resolution in support of many of the plan in total, and they're very excited about several elements of the plan. Obviously, this is not the totality of all of the investments that we'll be making at the University of Montana. You're well aware of other improvements that we've discussed in the past with the music building, other places. We're going to be making other investments, but as a part of this principal design, the main elements we're looking at is dining in Knowles Hall right away, and then begin to go ahead and open up the campus for visitors and our students in a way that's showing off the best of what we have to offer.
And Madam Chair, if I could just make 2 points at the end, I think you'll see, and thank you, Paul, for the great presentation and the great work, not just in laying this plan out, but making it possible through the strategic restructuring of our university's debt. You know, I think there's 2 real points here, right? You can see that this is really a purpose-based plan, right? This is not, we're not looking for luxury. I joke with people, you'll see universities that build lazy rivers through their campus. So I said, we don't need one. We have the Clark Fork. But what we are trying to do is ensure that we have infrastructure that is modern and that it supports effective student learning. And that has really been the driving force behind this. And the second point, though, is that we are always very attuned to the fact that we just celebrated our 128th birthday. We are very attuned to the fact that we are stewards of this campus, and that when we make improvements, we want to look at them in a very holistic and integrated way. And that's why we have taken the time and why we wanted Vice President Lassiter to walk through it right now, because as we make these upgrades, we want to retain what's best about this university, retain the feel and identity of this campus and how it fits within our landscape and within our community. This place is dear to many across the state, and we take that responsibility very seriously. So we're trying to do this in a very holistic and thoughtful way. So thank you, Paul, for your presentation, and thank you all, Regents, for your support. You'll see these projects coming through for approval, but we wanted to make sure we took a step back and gave you the broader context of how all this fits together.
Thank you. President Bodnar, are there any questions? Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to mention how much after my visit in the fall that I can completely commiserate with Vice President Lassiter. I also struggled actually to figure out where I was, and I'd been to the campus before. So I think the signage is fantastic, particularly for directionally challenged people like myself. And also just kudos to Vice President Lassiter for his ingenuity in making all of this possible. And I think it's really exciting what you guys have planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Sexton. Any comments or other questions? Thank you very much. That was very helpful context. With that, I'll turn it back over to Deputy Commissioner Trevor for item C, informational item C.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'd call on my colleague, Kevin McCrae, Deputy Commissioner, to present this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Tyler. Regents, this is an information item on a policy revision that would be intended to come before you for action in May. As you know, the Montana University system has its own self-insured, self-administered workers' compensation program. And to have a statutorily authorized, fully functioning and actually thriving program like we do, we have a workers' compensation oversight committee that's in charge of workers' compensation policy. The current policy was adopted in 2003 when the Board of Regents authorized the creation of our own workers' compensation program. So this is the first policy revision since 2003. Essentially, Amy, maybe you can open the attachment. But essentially what we have here are just a number of logical policy updates that include things like appropriate reference to the Montana Safety Culture Act. Also, this policy provides better clarity of understanding for how reports of injury should be handled, provides better clarity and understanding for accountability of supervisors and employees in terms of making sure everyone's aware of appropriate risk management and workplace safety procedures. So it's as simple as that, but it's important. The Workers' Compensation Committee recommended this revision to the commissioner. He puts this recommendation forward to you as an information item here in March for likely action on the consent agenda in May, if it's going in the right direction in the board's view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions, comments? All right, seeing none, we'll move to information item D, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start off on this one. This is a new policy that we bring to you as an information item, very much in the same vein as the last item that was presented. It is a policy request really that is a part of the ongoing centralization and sharing of services, and kind of an offshoot of the work that we've done with a new position in internal audit in our office, as well as our compliance officer. And so what we're doing here is creating a policy to implement an MUS compliance reporting hotline. And it's really just unifying the two hotlines that we currently already have in place that were operated under different conditions. We're going to share the services, we're going to share the costs, we're going to have the same process, the same procedures. That's what this policy implements here. We've talked with the Budget and Admin Committee and Audit Committee here throughout the past year about this project, and I think we've done a really good job of circulating this around the system and getting a lot of input. So we believe that it's ready to go. We have Jessica Weltman, our compliance officer. I see a little bit of her head there in a picture below me. That is, she is ready to answer questions about the detail or provide any further explanation that may be needed. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there questions or additions, Jennifer, that you might add? Again, this will be brought to the board in May, I believe, for action, correct?
That's right.
No, I don't have anything to add to it, but if anyone has questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Okay, seeing no questions, thank you very much. That then concludes all of the items from the Budget Committee.
Thank you, Regent Dombrowski. It's the first time we've had a budget meeting without any action.
Actually, yeah. I don't know if that's good or bad. We can move forward and go to the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. Regent Rogers.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. I've been inspired by and am honored to carry on a tradition put in place by former Regent Sheehy to give our student region an opportunity to chair a committee hearing during their term. We have a unique and empowering board structure here in Montana, designating our student region as a full voting member. Ensuring our students have a voice at the table in region deliberations is not only appropriate, but I believe it makes our university system stronger. So with that, I'll hand it over to you, Chair Sexton.
Thank you, Regent Rogers, and I really appreciate this opportunity. I've had a lot of fun with it, so thank you very much. I just wanted to also extend a warm welcome to our new board members, Regent Buchanan and Regent Bao. It's been really great getting to know you. So we don't have any items on the consent agenda, and so we'll move straight into our request to plan. At this time, I'd like to ask Deputy Commissioner Tessman if he would please give an overview of how our processes work for the benefit of our new members.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'll point out that our agenda is full of action today, unlike the Budget and Finance team. We'll work through it as quickly as we can. You'll also notice that we have request to plan proposals and level 2 items. And this is actually the last time that we'll see level 2 items on the action agenda. And that is because way back when, in the days before COVID, we worked with campuses, we worked with the board in order to revamp our academic planning, approval, and review process. And The goal was to, as you'll recall, allow for the faster design and approval and launch of workforce training programs across the state. We wanted to get those up and running as quickly as possible. The goal was to allow the Board of Regents an earlier point of involvement. The new process of request to plans brings proposals in front of the board earlier in their conceptualization. And we feel like that is a good way for the board to look at proposals, compare the proposals against their sort of vision for the system and its academic design, and then offer substantial, meaningful feedback. And that could be straight approval to move forward with a proposal. It could also be a suggestion for adjustment or refinement. And that was, I think, a more effective way for the board to influence academic direction. It also was an effective way for the board to give feedback before a proposal has spent a year, 18 months, or 2 years in development. Before, it was kind of a long train, and then it reached the light at the end of the tunnel in front of the board at a public meeting, and there was sort of a thumbs up or thumbs down vote. We felt like that wasn't the most effective way for the board to weigh in. So the new process, I think, accomplishes all of those things and also provides for some accountability with program reviews after 3 years and 5 years of launch. And that basically compares headcounts in programs against what the headcounts that were projected as part of the proposal. I can go into more detail. I'd highlight one additional element of the process, and that is what we call the academic priorities and planning statement. Got derailed a little bit this past year because of COVID, but moving forward, we'd love to have once a year, basically a report from each campus on what its academic strategic plan is, including any particular proposals that the board is apt to see within the next year or so. And this will be given to the board, and that way you all as board members will have a chance to wrap your heads around what you might be seeing from the campuses in upcoming board meetings. And I think that prevents you from seeing each of these proposals in sort of a vacuum. So again, I can go into more detail if there are questions, but because we have a couple new board members, because this is the last time we'll see level 2 items on the action agenda, I thought it was worth giving an update at this point. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. Are there any questions before we get started? Okay, so the first item is from the University of Montana. It is a request to plan an option in engineering physics within the physics BA. Presenting this item, I believe, is Acting Provost Humphrey.
Yes, thank you. And thank you all regents, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. And it's my pleasure to present a couple of proposals. The first of which is in front of you, which is the engineering option in engineering physics within the physics BA, and can read through the proposal itself, but I would point us to the OCHI analysis and the comment and direction for the level 2 proposal, because clearly I think the question about engineering comes up, and discussion included conversation about avoiding unnecessary duplication across the system, which I think we're all sensitive to. And we made it clear that this proposal doesn't signal a larger plan to create an engineering program. MSU and Tech both expressed support for the program as an option with the existing physics major, but we're clear they would have reservations about plans to propose new degree programs in engineering that would unnecessarily duplicate existing programs on the campuses. And we clearly endorse that, and that's our position. We've also acknowledged that the option will not be ABET accredited. For your discussion and in deference to my rather abysmal record as an undergraduate in physics, I have with me Professor Andrew Ware, who chairs our physics department. So I'll ask Andrew to come forward if there are questions from the Regents. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Provost Humphrey. Are there any questions or comments from the Regents? Okay. Any questions or comments from the campuses? All right.
Not a big deal.
Yeah, exactly. That's nothing. Okay. So thank you so much. I just wanted to thank you, Provost Humphrey, for clarifying that, and also this committee does support the proposal with the option, and that of course, understanding that at this time, it's not a shift into further engineering offerings. And I also felt that the constructive feedback during the committee call was really helpful. So thank you so much. And thank you again for that presentation.
Good.
So we'll move forward to the request to plan a post-baccalaureate pre-medical certificate.
Great. Thank you again. This might be a topic I do know something about, but I only regret that my physics professor was not present for the prior presentation. Lily Appadale actually has been the architect of this. Lily's a valued member of our university community in health, and we've been working collaboratively actually for some time about developing what's in front of us, which is a post-bac program that's geared towards students with a non-science bachelor's degree that are interested in applying for professional level health professions program, and as noted here, pre-med, although not limited to pre-med. And the program allows for students to complete the prerequisites needed to apply to a professional level health professions program in 4 consecutive semesters, so it makes the process more time and cost effective for students. Lily, as I know, and I've been working with Martin Teinza at MSU, Chris Juliar at the Montana Area Health Education Center to align this program with the post-bac offerings at MSU. So both programs will offer similar resources and services to best serve Montana students. Importantly, I think the program will offer additional support to American Indian students and students from disadvantaged backgrounds using campus services such as TRIO, HCOP, which is a grant-funded program on our campus, among others. So the program will also have an interprofessional education and rural health focus, consistent with the development of our IPE and student collaboration with MSU just last year to help prepare students to meet the Montana healthcare workforce needs. So I think a really important program that's not just for students interested in medical school, but really suited for students interested in a variety of professional level health professions programs, which, as we know, are all now post-baccalaureate and many of them at the clinical doctorate level. So I'd be happy to entertain questions on this request to plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost Humphrey. Are there any questions from the Regents? Okay, any questions from the campuses? Right. I really appreciate how this lowers the barriers to entry and information costs for students in this field. And I also really like how it doesn't require any additional resources from the campus. So well done. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. We're super excited about it and appreciate our collaboration with our colleagues at MSU on this. You bet.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much for those presentations. So the next item is from Montana Tech. It is a request to eliminate the geophysics department at Montana Tech. And presenting this item, I believe, is Provost Cameron.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Regent Sexton. So Montana Tech is proposing to eliminate our geophysics department. We're doing this because of continued low enrollment, low demand for the degree out in the marketplace, an impending faculty retirement. And when you look at all these things together, it's like, it's time to assess. Do we invest in this program and put resources into it, or do we make some changes to take advantage of what's there and move forward? And in our case, the decision was made, and this has involved obviously lots of conversations with faculty and students and others to eliminate the department. In doing so, there are currently 8 students in the program. We've consulted with them and have developed individualized study plans to ensure that their degree gets completed on time and meets their requirements. The faculty are on board with this change, so there's no upheaval on campus regarding this. And the other piece of this that's not part of the request to plan is that we're going to take the 2 remaining faculty in this program and we're going to combine them into the geological engineering department. So in forthcoming meeting, some of the curricular pieces, these 2 departments were already symbiotic. They work together They had a lot of course overlap. So it really is the right thing to do on a lot of levels, even from a sort of a resources standpoint. So I think with that, I'll end that conversation.
Thank you so much, Provost Gammon. Are there any questions from the regents? Yes, Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you. I don't have a question. I just want to affirm and recognize the ability and sometimes the challenge it takes to relook at what might be a very long-standing program, and to just in this era of being judicious to take the time and maybe the risk to do it. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Regent Dombrowski. Are there any other comments from the regents? Any comments from the campuses? Okay. Thank you so much for the effort you made in working with your students in the program. I think that's really critical, and I appreciate the efforts you put into that. And thank you for the presentation. The next item is a request for a certificate in general studies at the same campus. Provost Gammon, if you would please.
Thank you. This one should be pretty quick. The bottom line is participating in CAO meetings and Board of Regent meetings. Helena College and Missoula College actually presented the exact same thing. 30 credit certificate for students that are at the two-year schools, essentially as a way to provide a targeted set of general education requirements that are met, that's transferable to any of the institutions in the state. And after reading through their proposals and looking at what they've done, was like, this is a really good idea. We should be doing this too. And so immediately after those meetings, I reached out to my dean at Highlands College and said, this is something we need to do. And the result is here before you, this 30 credit certificate in general studies that's transferable between institutions in the Montana University system. So.
Thank you very much. It's the kind of positive duplication, I think. Are there any questions or comments from the regents? Any comments or questions from the campuses? Okay, thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you.
Next item is from Helena College. It is a request to plan a CAS in automotive technology. Dean Bowman, I believe, will be presenting this item.
Thank you, Chair Sexton and members of the board. The Automotive Technology Program has been a long-standing Associate of Applied Science for Helena College. 2 years ago, we revamped this program to add a work-based learning component, an apprenticeship model in partnership with the automotive industry in our region. Through our deepened connection to industry and the advice of our advisory board, we received a recommendation to add an option to this program to allow a certificate of applied science after the first year. This provides an opportunity for those students who are not interested in working towards becoming a master technician, but rather looking for work in the field that still provides an opportunity for a good paying job. By looking at our curriculum and moving some courses around, we've created a curriculum that provides those skills in the first year and allows an opportunity to move immediately into the workforce. At the same time, it provides a pathway into our Associate of Applied Science and potentially transfer to MSU Northern to complete a bachelor's degree. So we feel this certificate meets the mission of Helena College by serving our students and our community, including the automotive industry. We appreciate your consideration of this item, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Dean Bauman. Are there any questions or comments from the regents?
Just a question about who the private partners are in the industry.
Thank you for the question, Regent. We have about 14 partners in the Helena area. And so it's a combination of local shops, repair shops, and dealerships in the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Bao. Any other questions from the regents? Any questions from the campuses? Okay, thank you. I really appreciate the work-based learning approach through the apprenticeship in this piece, and also the collaboration with the other campuses. Thank you very much for the presentation. The next item is from Montana State University. It is a request to plan a Master of Music with an option in music education Provost Makwa will be presenting this.
Thank you, Chair Sexton. So Montana State University is proposing a Master's of Music with an option in music education. The degree is designed for practicing in-service music educators. The degree program can be completed 100% online, which allows currently licensed music educators to pursue advanced training and academic study. The curriculum will emphasize music education research, along with practical application of knowledge. So this program currently exists for the most part at Montana State University. The program is currently offered in the education department under the curriculum and instruction degree with an emphasis in music. The changes that will occur in the program involve moving 6 credit hours, 3 into required music courses, and 3 that will be more focused on music education. This shift from the curriculum and instruction program into a discipline area this is the 4th program that we've made this shift. We find that students, especially practicing educators, more closely identify with a master's degree program that comes from their specialty area, their field. So for example, we currently have a master's of mathematics and math education, a master's of English and English education, and a master's of science and science education. This program will align with those types of offerings. The demands is relatively high. We have about 6 students currently in the curriculum instruction program. All have indicated a desire for this type of degree. We also have over a dozen students who typically enroll as non-degree seeking students. And these are teachers across the state. And in many cases, they end up as they gather credits enrolling in a degree program. So that's all I have now for this. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Provost Malqua. Are there any questions or comments from the regents? Any questions or comments from the campuses? Okay, thank you. We had a fantastic conversation about this item, and I believe we all support what it's proposing, and I personally appreciate the information of the return on investment for anyone pursuing this degree. Thank you very much for that presentation. The next item is from Montana State University Billings. It is a request to plan an AAS and diagnostic medical sonography. Presenting this item, I believe, is Interim Provost Walter Wrights.
Thank you, Regent Sexton. I really appreciate this opportunity to talk about 2 programs, and I'll start with this one that really feed our mission and goal as a regional comprehensive to serve Eastern Montana as well as our students. So the AAS in sonography, digital sonography, is intended to be a hybrid program with a low residency component. The component will allow students to have a very short time in Billings, and then they'll go back to their community in order to do online classes. They'll be able to do their clinicals in the community as well. And so it's really a focus on expanding out what we're already doing in sonography as well as our rad tech program. And if you have any questions, I have Dean Vicki Trier here to answer those.
Thank you so much, Provost Walter Wrights. Are there any questions from the regents? Any questions from the campuses? Okay, thank you so much for this presentation. I'm personally excited about the accessibility of the piece, and I appreciate how it recognizes the demand for providers like this across the state. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Regent Sexton.
Additionally, from MSU Billings, we have a request to plan an institute for neurodiversity and applied behavior analysis, also to be presented by Interim Provost Walter Wrights.
Thank you. This is also an incredibly exciting program for us. It stems out of our applied behavioral analysis master's degree. We are one of only 22 internationally accredited programs. This matches our expertise in special education and especially working with autistic and neurodiverse populations with the need of the community for more services in that area. Working closely with the foundation, we've been able to identify a Murdoch grant that's going to allow us to cover quite a bit of our startup costs. And we are going to have opportunities for our students to work in the clinic, working with students, as well as have a medical director who would supervise outreach. And I have with me Dr. Jana Marcet, who has put her heart and soul into this program, if you have any questions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Are there any questions from the Regents?
Chair Sexton, not a question, but more of a comment. Certainly, I support the Institute and just want to take a moment to thank the Murdoch Charitable Trust for providing startup resources for the Institute.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. I appreciate that. Are there any questions or comments from the campuses on this? Thank you. I personally really appreciated the passion from the presentation in the committee. Dr. Merced, I could tell a lot of effort went into this, and I really appreciated the substantive conversation that we had about how you looked at funding and the financial model would be. So thank you so much for all of that information. So this wraps up our request to plan items, and we will move into our level 2 items. The first one is from University of Montana. It's a request to retitle the Department of Business Technology to the Department of Business and Technology. Provost Humphrey, if you would please present this item. Do we have Provost Humphrey on the call? Thank you.
We do. Thank you. The item that I'd like to present, I think, is pretty straightforward. It's retitling the Department of Business Technology. This is at Missoula College, which is our 2-year college on the to changing or retitling the Department of Business Technology to the Department of Business and Technology. And it seems subtle, I know, but as the programs have grown within the Department of Business Technology, it really has spoken to unlinking the two so that it wasn't inferred that everything was business technology or the technology of business, because the programs, the AASs that are offered in that college now really do speak to some very business oriented programs and others in the technical area. So this is simply a way to better describe the college, which honors the programs that are in it. So I stand ready to answer questions.
So much, Provost Humphrey. Are there any questions from the other regents? Okay, thank you so much. I know the difference is subtle, but I think it still has an impact.
Absolutely. You bet.
Thank you so much for the presentation.
You bet. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
The next item is from Montana Tech. It is a request to retitle the Center for Advanced Mineral and Metallurgical Processing to the Center for Advanced Materials Processing. It retains the acronym. We have Provost Gammon presenting this item.
Thank you, Regent Sexton. Maybe another subtle change, but actually an important one. We have the Center for Advanced Mineral and Metallurgical Processing, which has the acronym CAMP. Basically, we just want to substitute the mineral and metallurgical processing part with the word materials. And the word materials is broader in scope, and it really reflects the work and things that this center is involved with and the investigators that are part of it. So that's the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost Gammon. Are there any questions or comments from the regents? Okay, any questions or comments from the campuses? Fantastic. Thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you.
The next item we have is from Helena College. It is a request to retitle Continuing Education, Workforce Development, and Community Engagement Division to the Community Education Center. Presenting is Dean Bauman.
Thank you, Chair Sexton and members of the board. Helena College is seeking a title change for our continuing education, community engagement, and workforce development division to the Community Education Center. And the reason we're asking for this change is this new name will better describe the broad range of services that are offered within this department. It's very difficult to market the services at this point with the current name. The services that we offer through this area include customized training for our employers, non-credit short-term certification program that lead directly to employability. Those include CDL and phlebotomy, among others. We have a robust community enrichment set of courses and lecture series, and an ever-growing testing center. In addition, we host the Regional Small Business Development Center out of this area. So for those reasons, we appreciate your consideration of the name change, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Dean Roman. Are there any questions from the Regents? Okay. I personally appreciate the brevity of the new title. So much. I appreciate the presentation. The next item is from Montana State University, a request to offer a Bachelor of Science in Biomedical Engineering. Presenting is Provost Malqua.
Thank you, Chair Sexton. I'm actually quite excited to bring forward this item to the board. Biomedical engineers will apply their knowledge of life sciences, physical sciences, engineering to the problems that affect life on Earth. Graduates of the MSU Biomedical Engineering program will have the ability to combine engineering principles, and medical sciences to design and create equipment, devices, computer systems, software, and other tools used in human healthcare. And the reason I'm excited is that we're able to bring this program proposal forward is a demand. Demand is real for both from both industry and students. For example, even just within the state of Montana, there is a large list of companies, some quite new, some more established, who are seeking biomedical engineers. Many of these companies are in their initial stages, but they are all have come to Montana State University asking for this program. And for that reason, about 4 years ago, we brought forward to the board request to start a minor in biomedical engineering. That program started in 2018, and in 3 years, we now have 50 students who are enrolled in the program. Many more have indicated that they have an interest. We anticipate new students coming to MSU to pursue this degree. It is a multidisciplinary program. I want to give a lot of credit to Jeff Hayes and the faculty in the Department of Chemical and Biological Engineering, but it also expands to other programs like mechanical engineering, as well as our health and human development faculty. The last thing I will mention is this program fits well with our academic vision that we submitted as part of our academic priorities and planning statement. Within the proposal, we describe numerous goals and metrics that this program will address, not only in that academic planning statement, but in Montana State University's strategic plan. So with that summary, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Provost Malqua. Are there any comments or questions from the other Regents? Okay, any questions or comments from the campuses? Thank you very much for the attention paid to the employability of students in local jobs. I really like that element of this, as well as the need for this degree. The next item, also from Montana State University, is a request to retitle the Department of Microbiology and Immunology to the Department of Microbiology and Cell Biology. Also presenting this will be Provost Malqua.
Thank you, Chair Sexton. So 2 years ago, when the Department of Microbiology and Immunology and the Department of Cell Biology and Neuroscience were merged, forming one of the largest research departments at Montana State University. The faculty began working and having discussions with regards to the name of their new department and a name that would better reflect their major program areas. Through several meetings of the faculty in the merged department, there were several different names proposed. And at the end, the name that we have in front of you today received the most votes, and as it was moved forward from the department to faculty senate and through each level of review on our campus, the new merged department, the faculty in that department were supportive, and the faculty at Montana State University were supportive of this new name. That summary, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Provost Makwa. Are there any questions or comments from the regents? Any questions or comments from the? Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. The next item is a request to offer a PhD in exercise and nutrition sciences, also at Montana State University. Provost Makwa, if you would please.
Thank you, Chair Sexton. Montana State University proposes a PhD in exercise and nutrition science. Montana State University currently has a bachelor's of science in health and human performance with exercise science option, as well as a kinesiology option. We have a bachelor's of food and nutrition with dietetics option and nutrition science option. And we have a master's degree with 7 different options, including exercise and nutrition science and dietetics. What we've learned from students who pursue these programs is that they desire a PhD because the job opportunities, there are a growing number of job opportunities in this area, and this would better prepare them. Many of our students leave and go elsewhere to pursue a PhD. This program, like the previous one, fits and aligns directly with our vision, our academic vision that's described in our academic priorities and planning statement. And in the proposal, about 7 goals are described in which this program fits well with the priorities in Montana State University, as well as the priorities articulated in our strategic plan. So with that brief summary, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Provost Makwa. Are there any questions or comments from the regents? Any questions or comments from the campuses? Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the support that this had throughout the MUS. I thought we had a fantastic conversation about it in committee. So thank you. The last item from Montana State University is a request to offer a Master of Science in Cybersecurity. Provost Makwa.
Thank you, Chair Sexton. Like the previous 2 programs, I'm very excited about the opportunity to put forward a proposed degree program in cybersecurity. I'm not sure if there's another field that is in more demand and has greater need than to be able to produce experts in the area of cybersecurity. This degree will cater to students with a STEM background, and in addition to providing a pathway to doctoral studies, it will also provide education in many of the practical aspects so students can go to work in industry with this program. There are also options for students to supplement their studies by taking additional courses from Gallatin College's cybersecurity to gain specific certificates in cybersecurity to help work with various software packages that are available. The post-baccalaureate to master's program also prepares students recognizing that this field is incredibly dynamic. And 5 years from now, what the cyber security experts will be working on is quite different than what we see in front of us today. So this program will be oriented to prepare them to continue to learn and to adapt and to be very versatile. Lastly, as I mentioned in the other 3 programs, this fits directly with our vision as described in our academic priorities and planning statement. And I won't read the details with regards to how the goals of this program connect directly with the goals of our priority and planning statement that they are articulated in the proposal. With that being said, there's some additional information here that describes the demand from both industry seeking students as graduates from this program, as well as students who are interested in pursuing this degree. With that summary, I stand Chair Sexton for any additional questions.
Thank you, Provost Marqua. I want to acknowledge the massive amount of work that went into planning this, that we were part of in committee, given the security issues that had to be mitigated. So thank you so much for that. Are there any questions or comments from the Regents? Any questions or comments from the campuses? Okay, well, I think everyone can see the need for this program, particularly given the events of last year. And I also appreciate how much this will help to attract high quality students to our state. So thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you, Chair Sexton.
The last piece is from Great Falls College. It's a request to permanently authorize the AAS in cybersecurity. Presenting this, I believe, is Dean Wolf.
Thank you. I am not Dean Wolf. I'm actually Dr. Leanne Frost. I'm the Executive Director of Instruction here at Great Falls College. And Great Falls College is asking for permanent approval to offer an AAS in cybersecurity. This program was actually approved on a temporary basis in fall 2018, and we began offering the program in fall 2019. Board of Regents policy asked us to come back and request permanent approval after 2 years. So that is what we are doing. We will actually have our first set of graduates in cybersecurity this May. We will have 6 students graduating. We have an additional 13 students who are first-year students in the program. And the program has actually worked out really well for the college as well as for students. We have 2 of our students have just completed an internship with the State Office of Administrative Services in Helena in their Information Technology Services Division. And we have 2 more slated to complete the same internships in the second block. We've also been approached by other businesses looking to have our students complete internships with them. We know, as just was stated by Provost Marqua, that cybersecurity is a growing field, that there's going to be increasing demand. And the 2-year graduates also receive and can earn a good salary with this degree. So we are seeking that permanent approval for this program. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Dr. Frost. Are there any questions from the Regents? Any questions from the campuses? Okay. Thank you so much for that presentation. I appreciate the flexibility of the program for students, and I also like the element of how it can make the education further in the system. And as you said, previous presentations, we can see the need for this field. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is the last of our items. I believe we have some informational items. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, if you would like to give us an overview of those.
Well, Madam Chair, certainly, I do think there's hand go up. I didn't know. Casey, did you have something you wanted to jump in with?
I can jump in later. I'll wait to this next item and then I just have general comment. Yeah.
Missed you.
Well, Chair Sexton, thanks so much for navigating us through a pretty extensive list of action items. The academic approval memo is something that is circulated periodically. It's available online always, and this contains academic items that have been delegated by the board either to our office here at OCHI or to campuses. So this could be everything from approval of new academic areas, certificate programs. Oftentimes, we'll have programs that are being put into moratorium included as part of this memo. There are dozens and dozens of items here, and I certainly would invite the board to look through the memo on their own time, but it has not been our custom to go through line by line. I would like to highlight one element again, which is that we certainly have, I think, taken a good look at some new proposals, and the board later on will vote on some new programming areas. We do, I think, consistently and emphatically ask our campuses to review existing programs and to put programs into moratorium when it makes sense. Amy, if you could scroll up to the request to plan proposals and click on the new program tracking link. I'd just like to highlight for the board that we keep track of program additions and programs being put into moratorium. And in no way do we have a policy of, one in and one out or anything like that. I just want to show the board that we're pretty judicious. And actually, if you look at the last 4 years or so, we've put many more programs into moratorium than we've added to the university system. And we're, I think, oftentimes too shy to point that out. We're not always great at stopping things, but I think in this area, we've made some great progress and we'll continue to be judicious in this area. So I just wanted to remind the board that this tracking does take place, and certainly happy to talk through as they transpire over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. Regent Lozar, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, no, I just had a general observation, just kind of based on what Deputy Commissioner Tessman just mentioned about making progress. If you kind of look back to those last 4 years when we really started to make adjustments in the academic approval process, a big part of the conversations that we had in the ARSA meetings were sort of one-off questions about, is there demand? What does the duplication look like? What are the costs associated? And just over the past 4 or 5 years, I think we've made significant progress in terms of transparency across the system within the CAOs and campus leaders that are envisioning what these sort of new market-ready programs may be. And my observation from today's meeting is that we had very few questions from the board because of the documentation that we've been working on for so long. So I really appreciate your leadership, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, on making sure we have that all in front of the board. And then another observation, really kind of going back to the budget meeting, but certainly the ARSA meeting, is a deeper dive, depth of conversation at our committee meetings before the meeting of the whole. And I think you can kind of see that as folks are prepared for these committee meetings. So making significant progress, I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions or comments from the regents? Regent Buchanan.
I think in light of that, Chair Lowe, thank you very much, Chairman Sexton, on this. A couple of observations having been removed from the process for a couple of years and to join what I would consider to be a very robust committee meeting here a couple of weeks ago in preparation for this ARSA meeting today. First of all, to Regent Sexton's leadership, she did such an incredible job in the committee meeting. Tremendous amount of dialogue. I think what the process surfaced from my observation is that it's working in that we are a system. And what it allowed, the provosts and the campus leaderships from each of the campuses acted as if it were a system in those deliberations. You could sense an element of collaboration where they would share best practices. You also sensed an element of protecting precedent. We already have a program that looks like this. Is it appropriate? Have we gone through that? So never once was it anything other than collaborative, but very robust and reflected that we are acting as a system. And again, to Regent Rogers and Regent Sexton's leadership in that committee meeting, I was super inspired. I was really pleased to see how well our campus leaders are working together and how deep of a dive at the committee level this presentation was prepared for. So Amy, thank you so much for your leadership. Thanks for allowing me a comment or two.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your kind comments. Are there any other questions or comments from the regents? I also wanted to add in how much I appreciate how respectful this is of the campus's time and energy, and allowing them to give a brief overview of what they're planning before too much time and energy resources have been applied to find out that it isn't a good idea, or perhaps they've gone down a road that it would have been better to go somewhere else. So I really like that element of it, and I appreciate how respectful it is of everyone's time. Are there any other comments or questions from the campuses or anyone else? Okay, well, that concludes the business of the ARSA committee. So I will hand it back to you, Chair Lozar.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair Sexton. It's 2:00 and I think we're due for a quick break. Let's take a break and come back at 2:10. If you're online, please do not disconnect from the meeting. All lines will be muted. We'll be back at 2:10. All right, welcome back from the break. We are going to dive into two-year and community college committee. Before we do that, thanks again to Regent Sexton for chairing the RSIC committee meeting. She did a wonderful job, and thank you, Regent Rogers, for carrying on that tradition. Regent Nystuen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. Good afternoon, Regents. I want to extend a warm welcome to Regent Buchanan and Regent Bao, Regent Bao, thanks for joining our two-year community college committee. By the way, you will note this is the best committee to be on, so I'm rather biased in that regard, but welcome to our committee. With that, you'll see today on our agenda that we have 3 items to discuss. The first item is prior learning assessment. Second is dual enrollment. Dan Carlos will help guide us through some interesting information on that. And the third item is the Montana Governor's Emergency Education Relief presentation from Helena College. So with that, what I'd like to do is throw it over to Brock Tessman, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, and Dan to give us an update on prior learning assessment. Brock, welcome.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. And we do have Dan Corrales here to present the next 2 items. Of course, we welcome any questions at any time, but maybe we'll have Dan go through both presentations and then field questions at the end, if that's all right with you, Chair Nystuen.
Sure.
Okay. Dan, are you on and ready to go? I can't see it. Yeah, I can. Okay, take care. You're on.
I think I'm ready. Thank you, Chair Nystuen and Regents, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner Dr. Brock Tessman. I have to flip to the appropriate page of notes here, but so this is the Prior Learning Assessment 2020 Annual Report. It's really about the 2019-20 academic school year. I will start out by giving a brief overview about what PLA is. Then we'll look at some data and have some concluding thoughts. So if we go to the next slide, a quick primer on PLA. The kind of the proper short definition of prior learning assessment is learning gained outside a traditional academic environment. The short, simple version is college credit for stuff you already know. This really takes maybe a couple different forms. It could be something that is in a class or class-like environment, just not in college. That would be something like advanced placements or some other sort of college credit exam. And then it could also be experiential. So gaining college credit for your work experience, volunteer experience, life experience, stuff you do in the military. So an example might be, say you're a bookkeeper and you work at a nonprofit, you become a QuickBooks expert, you know how to do taxes, you have tons of experience, but you're sick of the nonprofit grind. You want to get something with benefits and get into the private sector. So maybe you want to get your accounting degree. You can likely turn some of your experience doing that accounting work into college credit. And then that would save you time. It would save you money. As you can see on the screen, the cost of earning PLA credits is significantly less than taking a college course. And then more importantly, it'd give you the momentum to complete your degree. It's what people in the PLA business call the PLA boost. I bet there's a psychological factor there as well. You get a head start, you're more likely to complete your credential, your degree. And right now, MUS policy says that students can have up to 25% of their credits towards their degree be PLA credits. That was based on a Northwest Commission on College and Universities policy that that organization has since changed and done away with. So there is some room there to maybe tinker with some MUS policies to enhance PLA programs on our campuses. So now that we're up to speed on what PLA is, we'll go on to the data, which would be the next slide, please. And this slide shows counts of enrolled students in the MUS, including community colleges, that have PLA credit. We've got fall 2018 to spring 2020 there. It's important for me to be specific and say that this does not mean that those students earned their PLA credit in these terms. It means that they're enrolled in these terms and at some point earned a PLA credit. So maybe they're a senior now, finishing up, but they got their credit a few years ago. And as you can see, most students have prior learning assessment credit through advanced placement or international baccalaureate programs. These are both things aimed at high school age students. And it's that other 13% that is kind of more of the PLA we want to pay attention to. And we'll see in a second, but file that 13% away in your mind. We'll pick up on it again in a minute or so. So if we move to the next slide, we can see the demographics of PLA students across the system. It's pretty similar to demographics of MES students as a whole, with a couple of exceptions. I think the overall MES student population is about maybe 75, 76% white, a little higher percentage here for PLA students. And the overall student population is about 66% under age 24. That percentage is much higher here with PLA, probably because most of those students are getting AP or international baccalaureate credits. But if we look at a subset of this group, which would be the next slide, and look at just demographics of students that earned their PLA credits not through advanced placement or international baccalaureate, we see the demographics shift a little bit. It's the race demographics are more in line with the overall student population, but it's a little bit more male and it skews much older. So many more students are over age 25, and then also a higher percentage of veteran students. This is how they get their prior learning assessment credits, not necessarily through AP or IB. And you can really see that stand out on the next slide, which shows demographics kind of side by side here. So we've got the first column is all PLA students, second column, just AP and IB, and third column is that 13%. I won't linger on that here. There's no need to memorize this. There's not going to be a PLA exam on PLA later, but we can circle back to it if you want. And so finally, if we look at the data a little more closely, take a deep dive, as everyone likes to say, we can see that about 1 in 5 students overall have PLA credits. About 1 in 3 enrolled veterans have PLA credits, and this is based on fall 2019 right here. And just 1 in 12 students age 25 plus have PLA credits. So a lot of students do earn PLA credits in the system, but there is some room there, particularly with that older set of students, where we could maybe make them more aware of opportunities. We might be able to increase PLA participation and then possibly completion rates. And that's the story of PLA. Scroll to the last side, you'll see that we do have a PLA website, and I do have contact information, believe it or not, if you want to talk about prior learning assessment.
Would you like to go to dual enrollment, and then we'll take questions from others? Thanks, Dan.
All right. Everyone's going to be sick of me talking, but thank you again, Chair Nystuen and Regents and everyone else. This is now the Dual Enrollment 2020 Annual Report. Again, we're going to kind of follow the same trajectory here. It's about the 2019-20 school year. There is more of a story arc to this presentation, though. We've got our dual enrollment refresher, which is this slide right here. Then we'll go over a bunch of fun data points. We hit the bump in the road in the story when I talk a little bit about COVID and fall 2020, and then we'll finish up with some campus updates. So, what is dual enrollment? Dual enrollment is one of those things that I hear all the time. I see it in the news. It probably comes up in all of your conversations. And we use a lot of different terms. Sometimes we say dual enrollment and we mean one thing. Other times we say dual enrollment and we mean another thing. So this chart is here to clear things up, make sure we're all on the same, we're all on the same soccer pitch or football field or something like that. So dual enrollment, when I'm talking about it, generally mean high school students taking college courses. And we can separate that into kind of two different tracks. Concurrent enrollment, which would be students taking courses in their high schools, generally taught by a qualified high school teacher, sometimes by a licensed college faculty. Concurrent enrollment is usually dual credits, meaning students earn college credit and high school credit at the same time. And then early college is the other track. That would be high school students that are taking courses delivered on a college campus or online and taught by college faculty. Most of these are college credit only. But if those college faculty have a teaching license and students get school district approval, students can earn dual credit for those courses. So that's kind of the terminology in a nutshell. And no one is dramatically shaking their heads, so we will move on to the numbers. In 2019-20, we again saw a rise in the number of dual enrollment students in the NUS. This was the second year of the 1-2 free pilot program, which is now the, I think, semi-official dual enrollment program of the MUS. Well, no, it's our program now, and so it's continuing this year. In that second year, we saw about a 7% increase in the number of dual enrollment students. And I should make a little aside here, the 1-2 free program, for anybody that's new on the call, gives students 2 courses or up to 6 credits for free through dual enrollment. So we can move on to the next slide, but if you look at these numbers in a little bit of a different way, in terms of participation, about 27% of eligible public high school students participated in dual enrollment last year. Look on the chart to the side there and you see we've been kind of steadily increasing in participation over the last few years. And we've seen an increase in participation at all school levels. And note here that this is it's not a perfect number. Eligible students here are juniors and seniors. There are some cases where, a student might take dual enrollment as a junior, but not as a senior. And so we're not having a perfect metric, but you get a really good idea here. There might be other cases where younger students get an exception, take dual enrollment too. But I think this is kind of a good way to see that dual enrollment is becoming more popular. And if we go to the next slide, we can see that dual enrollment is increasing in the number of schools that we can reach, particularly Class B and Class C schools. So those are usually our smaller or our more rural schools. So last year we had 105 Class B and C schools had at least one student participate in dual enrollment, and 62 had at least one student participate in concurrent enrollment. The concurrent enrollment number is a good one because that means that we had dual enrollment courses in those high schools and taught by high school teachers that had the appropriate qualifications. If we add in our tribal school partners, we add about another 10 schools to this list here. So that's really cool. That puts us at 115 Class B and C schools, which is about 85% of all those Class B and Cs across Montana. So if we move to the next slide, please. All these students taking dual enrollment get a pretty sweet deal, thanks to 1-2 free, and our community colleges do have their own programs that save students money similar to 1-2 free. Median cost was $0. Average cost $16 a credit. You might be saying it's 1-2 free. Why is the average cost not lower? The answer is because some students may take 3 credits, but there are some very enterprising students that take like 30 plus credits. And so they do end up having to pay for those courses that they take. The courses that students do take, if we go to the next slide, you can see are pretty evenly varied, which I accidentally said because I think evenly varied is like a sweet oxymoron, but kind of evenly split 3 ways. Math and English, 38%, CTE, 30%, other gen ed, 32%. That CTE number you see there, I'd say about 5-6 years ago was down more at about 21%. So CTE has gotten much more popular, and meaning we've grown awareness, or students have just shifted their interests. I think most of that was taken away from math and English, which has lowered a little bit. So after taking dual enrollment, what do these students do? 60% of them enroll in the MES within 2 years of taking dual enrollment, which is pretty good. And when they get there, we'll just roll right on to the next slide. Those students do pretty well. They get higher first-term GPAs. They have higher fall-to-fall retention rates and higher graduation rates. Of course, this is like an idealized view. We're not accounting for various other factors. Some of these students may do this anyway. We don't know exactly for sure, but there is some evidence there that dual enrollment students do quite well. And this is all compared against the overall MUS population. So this is the part of the dual enrollment story where we have to hit that bump in the road that we have to overcome to get to like the sweet ending at the end. So if we go to the next slide, I'll just talk a little bit about COVID's impact on dual enrollment. I think it's a requirement in every presentation now to at least talk about COVID once. This is looking at comparisons between fall 2019, which is really pre-COVID, sort of, and fall 2020, which we know was in the midst of the pandemic. And it's fairly expected. We saw a decrease in dual enrollment students, decrease in number of in-person sections taken, increase in online students, and an increase in the number of online sections taken. Most of that is attributed to concurrent enrollment. We did have a lot of on-campus courses that couldn't happen, but concurrent enrollment was really affected. And so depending on how high schools adjusted, concurrent enrollment numbers will be different on different campuses. I look at sections here on both these instances, or I highlight that for you because that really shows availability of courses, and students and campus staff really did a good pivot to get to online to keep getting their dual enrollment opportunities. So speaking of campus staff, they've been doing awesome work. And if we go to the next slide, we can see some of the things that are happening right now. We have new partnerships with high schools. We have a new education program happening in Billings, new CTE course in Western. Other campuses like Highlands College also have new partnerships. So I'm not intentionally excluding any campuses here. I'm just trying to fit everything on the page and still include that nice green state of Montana graphic there. But it gives you an idea that our campus staff, dual enrollment staff, are really what drives the programs. And so they're doing awesome work. And then to conclude, I just rattled off a bunch of numbers there. You saw a bunch of colorful charts. But this is for college in general, and I think it's an amazing opportunity. So say what you will about the quote and the use of amazing, which is in itself pretty amazing. This gets back, it's a reminder that dual enrollment is about the students. It's about preparing for college. It's about getting excited for college. And it's about trying stuff. So especially with the 1-2 free program, dual enrollment is a way for students to try things that they might not get the chance to try once they get in college, and the pressure is really on to finish. So it's just remind yourselves of that as you talk about dual enrollment later when you're having dinner or having drinks or whatever. So finally, last page is again just the more information. We have a dual enrollment website. And I still have contact info in case you want to contact me with anything. And so now I'm happy to sit virtually for questions if there are.
Well, that'd be good. Well, those are two great reports, annual reports, Dan. Thank you for that. Brock, would you like to make additional comments?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, Dan, thanks for those presentations. It does bring me back to a year ago in Dillon, because I think we were really happy to hear your thoughts last time around. You do a great job. I mean, all joking aside, you know your stuff, right? And these reports are also chock full of good information. It's worth noting that with respect to prior learning assessment and dual enrollment, coming out of COVID, we have an opportunity to work with our two-year leaders and think about our strategy moving forward in these areas. As Dan noted, the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities lifted that cap, so we're no longer restricted to 25% of credits toward degree coming from prior learning assessment. That's an opening for us. So as a board, you might want to think about that. Our two-year leadership will certainly think about that, and we have a lot of flexibility there. With dual enrollment, Dan and Jackie Treaster, who I think is also on the line and available to answer questions, they can tell you that, you know, my thought on dual enrollment is that we may have reached something close to a saturation point in terms of the raw number of students we'll see taking dual enrollment classes. So we think a little bit more about how they're taking classes, and we've made a lot of progress in the B and C schools. We want to continue to expand offerings in our more rural areas, in our smaller schools. CTE, I think having students get a real jump start on career and technical education while they're still in high school makes a ton of sense with dual enrollment. And then, you know, we always have an eye on quality, just making sure that the alignment between those courses that are being taught in the high schools and the kind of experience a student would get if they were taking the class in one of our institutions is really a tight alignment. That's something we keep a close eye on. And if we offer that high quality experience, we think that the conversion will be a lot higher. By that, I mean students who take classes that count towards college credit in high school will be much more apt to say, you know what, that class from Helena College or City College or Highlands College was such a good class. I want to go there. That's going to be my next stop as a college student. So there are a lot of areas for development there. I think Dan and Jackie will answer most of the technical questions if you have any, but want to appreciate the board's engagement on this so far and invite you to engage even more moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. How about some questions or comments from the members of the Regents?
Very nice to just a quick comment. Dan showed that tuition savings expressed as a percentage, 93%, but for you that are new in particular, might find it interesting. It's not has now grown. If you monetize that, it's about $7 million a year that we're saving students and families, which is a pretty impressive number. It's real money at this point in time, and I think it's paying dividends for us in the long run.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Commissioner. Regent Buchanan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman Nyston, and good job. Dan, I've got two questions, and I just need a little help clarifying misunderstanding I've got between slide 4 and 5. I'm reading that Class B schools, for example, have 28% participation rate on slide 4. And then we go to 5 and it says at least 1. So I guess I want to understand that because I'm proud of the growth, but as I describe it to people in these communities, what is it right to say with 28% of the student bodies participating in one concurrent or dual enrollment course?
Yeah, sorry about that. Regent Buchanan, sorry, I have to figure out my appropriate decorum here. Thanks for the question. The slide here for dual enrollment participation, the technical side of it is it takes the total number of juniors and seniors in class, by class, and that's one number, and then we look at the number of dual enrollment students from those schools that participated. So that's just taking overall students participating and making a fraction there, a math equation. This is just the number of schools. So there are, I think, 133 Class B and C schools, and 105 of those schools had at least one student taking a course.
I appreciate that. And then, okay, this might be a very personal interest as we've just moved my family to a Class B school and we're looking for all kinds of education opportunities. As you talk about bringing new schools on board and creating more opportunities for students, what is our development strategy and how do we how do we get more of these communities to either initiate this opportunity, or how are we putting these opportunities as a system in front of our K-12 partners as we move forward? And thank you again.
All right, well, thank you again for that question, Regent Buchanan. I think very practically speaking, what happens is our campuses reach out to schools and they work with them individually to create those partnerships. But to really make things happen, I think a lot of factors have to come into play. Number one is qualified teachers. So if there's if I remember right, you're down in Red Lodge. So if Red Lodge High School has teachers that want to teach dual enrollment, they need to have a master's degree in the subject or a master's degree in a related subject in a certain number of credits. That is a difficult pull, I think, for a lot of school districts. So there's the money factor there. A way to possibly get around that is to get more students invested in or interested in online courses. They could for sure get college credit through online courses. Depending on the qualifications of the instructors that teach those courses, they might be able to get high school credit for that as well. So I think those are two good avenues where I say, depending on qualifications of college instructors, they need to have a teaching license to be able to grant high school credit, either as a class 1, 4 or 5 teaching license, like a regular teacher, or there's a special class 8 dual enrollment license. There might be a way to work with our campuses to increase that or find a way to get more qualified instructors. So that would be what I think based on conversations with our dual enrollment staff. There might be some larger types of processes that either Jackie or Brock might have that they can add.
But Dan, Mr. Chair Nystuen and Regent Buchanan, if I might just build on Dan's very good answer, he's spot on, but busy day today and things kind of fold in on themselves sometimes. So just to kind of close some loops, you heard a proposal for a new master's in music with an emphasis on music education earlier in the day from Montana State University. Programs like that are helping us provide the kinds of credentialing to teachers who are in high school so that they can offer things like dual credit courses in their high school. That program from MSU is online, so it allows teachers to stay in place, complete the degree while they continue to teach in a place like Red Lodge. And so I only add that because it's those sort of wraparound strategies like prepping and credentialing more teachers. It's about making sure that our two-year coordinators, our dual enrollment coordinators, have regular meetings with high schools to understand where the student demand might be and how we can supply new courses. It's about online education. Earlier in the day, there was a lot about the Montana Digital Academy and what that can do to bring online dual credit courses to more parts of the state. So it is a kind of a comprehensive strategy that we're pursuing. That's where the growth is going to be. It's going to be in reaching parts of the state that have not had as many courses and as many types of courses, in particular CTE courses, because of their rural, remote nature.
I appreciate the responses. And Dan and Jackie, thank you for your work on this. I think this is a really exciting report and the trend is in the right direction. So thank you for allowing me to ask the questions. Chair Nystuen, thank you.
Thank you. Regent Bao, do you have your hand up?
Yes.
Regent
Chair Nystuen, thank you, Vice Commissioner and Dan. I've been involved in the public school side for the past 15 years, and it's really exciting how much this changed access to dual enrollment. But when we really focus on it, the mechanics of getting a teacher certified to offer a dual enrollment course are complicated, and there's complications around certification from teachers who come out of state. So I think that there's likely more demand than you might realize, but there's still a very heavy layer of complication in actually getting schools and courses signed up. Just speaking from having tried to do it for the past number of years at Lone Peak High School. And how do you, so that's that's still how it feels at many of the public schools, right? I mean, I'm very excited to see what percentage we have at least one student taking a course but I do think that that there's demand for much more. Can we think about a little bit, how COVID has taught us all that a digital online platform works better than expected, or better than we expected 18 months ago? And how might that be incorporated in for, more specifically around teacher certification and more offerings made to rural schools? Let's not let the COVID crisis go to waste. Let's keep some of the better parts of it and expand the capacity of this. I still think there's a lot of demand for dual enrollment.
Great question.
Thank you, Regent Bowe. Any comments about that, Deputy Commissioner Tessman or Dan? Okay, other questions?
Yep.
Comments? Oh, Rock.
I was just going to say, Chair Nice, Regent Bowe, that's a terrific idea. I think that can be one of those durable innovations that we take out of this crisis.
Very good. Thank you. Other questions?
Can I ask a question of Chair Nyson or someone's got experience? What's the math around high school students, going to, being in these dual enrollment programs for the university or for the university system? Because if we're, do we want to give away $14 million, or are we kind of happy at 7?
Chair Knight, student Regent Bowe, I think we want to give away as much money as we can there, to be honest with you. I think it's a good leader. I think it shortens time to degree. That's been debated at the campus level, certainly. But I think in the end, what we're seeing is that more students are more encouraged and interested in some post-secondary ed than they would be otherwise. I think you see students that start CTE tracks that want to finish those tracks to a certificate or some other valuable credentials. I think in the end that limiting piece, we put some sideboards on it with the 1-2 free, which is two courses, 6 credits. And I think that's probably something we need to do to stay within our means, but the encouraging students to do that, and if more students take advantage of that opportunity, I think it's ultimately good. And we've debated this a lot, but after all, you're talking about adding students that exist in other areas within either the K-12 system, which has A and B funding, or within our own system of Base Plus, where we do, we count those numbers. So while the tuition revenue is certainly missing, it does support our overall state requests in terms of budget allocation and present law adjustments. So, I think it's an overall win for us. And if that grows, I think that's a good thing for Montana students and ultimately a good sort of loss leader for us to get more students into the pipeline.
Well, another comment at large to what you find, particularly when you look at high school students, is that the very successful universities put out a lot of offers for sports, scholarships or reductions, or we see private schools putting out kind of having very high headline numbers for tuition and then offering a scholarship around that, right? Which may or may not be the effective true cost of the university, but I think that's something that we could also focus on here. As you say, some of these kids get partway through the program. I presume they receive invitation letters from those programs to come and finish, and it's very kind of wrapped specifically as an offer letter, which has proven to be very, very successful. Sorry, I'm meandering a little bit.
That's good. No, you're right, and the answer is yes, but there's way more work to be done there. I think we could chase those students a little more aggressively. So that's a good.
Chair Nyson, can I ask Regent Bowe your response to that? What is the math? I'd like to hear what you think to that response as the loss leaders or matriculation tool.
Well, I'm all about giving away free education.
Good.
My whole background. No, I just wanted to know if I was stepping on any toes on the subject, because I think it could be much bigger. I think there's no reason to think you look at those numbers and think we've plateaued. We're 60% of the school districts, but I think we're way under that in terms of the number of students. And I think I know how hard it is to get a dual enrollment program or a concurrent program going with when you have to be in class, when you have to have a certified teacher in the classroom, or the teacher has to be approved by the college. But I think that COVID has given us an opportunity with the acceleration of digital platforms, the acceptance of digital platforms, that we should hold on to that tightly, because we're going to save a tremendous amount of money on travel and transportation. And we can find workarounds at the K-12 level if we have the support from the university system to just keep offering some of those programs digitally. It'll be very cost effective. Everybody's comfortable doing it, so we could see the number of students in particular go up. So if there are obstacles to that, because I know all about obstacles as a result of the way K-12 school districts operate, I would just ask the staff to make sure aware of those, and we can try and find workarounds, because I think this is a big opportunity going forward.
Thank you. Regent Sexton, you've been waiting patiently.
That's okay. Thank you so much, Judge Eastern. I was enjoying the conversation around dual enrollment, particularly responding to Regent Bao. If we're dealing with a subsidized market, it actually makes sense to try to educate as much of your state as possible. My question had to do with the prior learning assessment, and I really appreciate the thoughtful presentation. There's obviously clear benefits to PLA. My question had to do with how well prepared are the campuses to guide and educate the students who are interested in it through the process, and in whether it's a right choice given their goals and their career outcomes that they're looking for. With an additional question of whether the campuses are receiving additional training and resources to prepare themselves to help students in that process.
Chair Nystuen and Regent Sexton, I can certainly lean on Dan and Jackie as necessary here, but I think awareness around PLA is one growth opportunity for us. I'm happy with the numbers that we see. I think if you look particularly at the non-AP and IB portions of PLA, we can make advisors, we can make campuses, and importantly, we can make students more aware of their opportunities to receive credit for prior learning than what they have right now. And I think one pathway there is to have a bit more of an institutionalized awareness campaign. So that could be something that even unfolds system-wide. There are some types of experience that are much more amenable to PLA than others. Part of the reason the military has been such a big producer of prior learning assessment credit is because those experiences are so systematically documented and sort of rigorously cataloged. It's pretty easy to look at it and say, okay, here's the crossover between this kind of experience and this kind of credit. We can also, in addition to awareness, probably do ourselves a favor by looking at other highly structured learning and experiential environments and create similar sort of translation tables. Kind of like right now, you have an AP score of 4 on, the AP literature test. We know what that means at each of our campuses. I think we could build out with our campus teams something similar for types of professional experience beyond military experience. So I think we can grow there. That's what I meant when I said that lifting the cap at the accreditors level gives us a lot of opportunity to be aggressive. I want us to be careful, right? We don't want students stumbling in and kind of handling this on an ad hoc basis. So I think we need to do it intentionally, but it's something that we can look at over the next year or so. The opportunity's there.
Thank you. Do you think there's any potential to maybe share resources throughout the system? So, I would say that this type of learning is more geared towards two-year programs and maybe even some rural areas. Do you think that if there would be some expertise at one campus that could be shared throughout the system? Do you see potential for that?
Chair Nystuen, Regent Sexton, absolutely. I think that's a great example of what we can do together as a system.
Thank you so much.
We probably, for the sake of time, one more question, Regent Bao, and then we'll move on to the Lieutenant Gear.
Sorry, Deputy Director and Dan, can I just get a little more detail around the International Baccalaureate numbers you put up there? Is that the total number of International Baccalaureate degrees in the system, or where are those numbers?
Thank you for the question, Regent Bao. Those numbers come, we have a PLA dashboard that I don't think is public anymore. And that comes from our student warehouse. We code each student who has earned PLA credit, and we code them based on categories. So those are just students that have credits that are attributed to International Baccalaureate. And I think that's as much information as I can at least provide at this time. But I can talk to our data folks and probably get a better answer for you at a later
Yeah,
time.
we can follow up with that later. Thank you.
Great conversation. Chair Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Nystuen. Just kind of going back to dual enrollment and kind of weaving a few comments together, really starting with sort of what we've learned from online learning over the past 12 months. I'm really focusing on that, Dan, your slide, COVID's impact on dual enrollment. It's the fourth last or so. I think there's a lot of data I'm sure that you guys have behind this slide that would be really valuable for us to kind of learn what the impact really has been as it relates to ABC and AA schools, what it means in terms of impact on uptake of dual enrollment classes in the three categories that we talk about, CTE, general ed, math, and English, to see if there's certain trends that we can learn from the past 12 months that might inform, what Regent Bao mentioned is, what can we learn from the online delivery? You're looking at your percentages here, 13% increase in online sections. In what categories, from what schools, maybe there's something that we can take away that we can apply, in the next few years. So it would be great. We don't have to do it right now. You don't need to provide any details, but if you could go kind of the next step down in these numbers to analyze the trends, it would be a great thing, I think, to share with the committee and the whole board.
Thank you, Regent Lozar. I think in the spirit of keeping an eye on the clock, let's move to the Montana Governor's Emergency Education Relief presentation. I'll throw it over to you, Deputy Commissioner Tessman.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much. We have a very good presentation today. This meeting is hosted by Helena College. We thought it was apt to have Helena College present on their project with East Helena High School. I would remind everyone that we had, I think, 19 different projects funded by the GEAR Fund. So lots of innovation, lots of good results trickling in. Just able to spotlight one of them today. And I believe we have Stephanie Hunthausen here from Helena College to give us a bit of a dive into what they've been doing. Stephanie?
Thanks. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Thanks for inviting me to speak on behalf of Helena College today. I'll be providing an update on one of the college's GEAR grants. This particular grant was awarded to support a Helena College and East Helena High School partnership, creating remote learning classrooms on each campus and building a pathway for information technology and programming students. Again, my name is Stephanie Hunthausen. I'm the Director of K-12 Partnerships at Helena College. I manage the college's dual enrollment program as well as our Perkins Reserve grant. The GEAR grant opportunity has been such an exciting part of my work this year. East Helena High School is an incredible partner, and since the school has its first class of sophomores this year, the grant was awarded at the perfect time to think about opportunities for these rising juniors to participate in dual enrollment through Helena College. So let's go to the people involved slide, back one, because I want to take a moment to acknowledge the many people who are involved in executing the goals of this grant. Many of us meet monthly as we move forward in addressing the objectives. It's a great team of people to work with at both Helena College and East Helena High School. And there is a lot of excitement surrounding the grant and the partnership that it's strengthening. So the next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about the project overview. First, a little background. Helena College and East Helena High School identified information technology and programming as an opportunity for a strong partnership. Computer technology is an area of high workforce demand, with a projected 261 annual openings in Montana through 2027. When East Helena High School surveyed freshman students last year on course offerings, 28 students of the 121 rising sophomores indicated a desire to sign up for a computer science class. East Helena High School's proximity to Helena College and the high school's desire to expand dual enrollment and CTE opportunities, particularly in the information technology pathway, makes this a beneficial partnership. With Montana's Department of Labor and Industry recommending a combination of technical and soft skill instruction for workers, the information technology career pathway teaches students to think critically and creatively to solve problems, provides experience working in teams, as well as trains students in technical skills valuable to employers for jobs that exist today and the future careers of tomorrow. This grant has 3 specific goals, and I'll cover them in a little more depth in later slides. So first, designing an introduction to computer science course for East Helena High School sophomores meant to prepare them to enroll in college level computer programming classes as juniors. As I mentioned, East Helena High School had already determined that they had a number of students interested in taking computer science classes. A new teacher was hired to teach this sophomore course in addition to business technology classes. The high school teacher was thrilled to work with a Helena College faculty member to design a class that would ignite students' interests, allow them to explore information technology careers, and act as a gateway to college courses. Second, the majority of the GEAR grant funding is earmarked specifically to build remote learning classrooms on each campus. This will allow East Helena High School students to stay on their campus and join classes, college classes remotely during the day. And finally, the grant allows Helena College to intentionally build an online pathway for East Helena High School students interested in information technology. Providing students an opportunity to explore this pathway already as sophomores ensures that these students can enroll in beneficial dual credit classes their junior year. This allows students the possibility of completing a full year of college coursework by the time they graduate from high school. So on the next slide, I want to show you the faces of Brian Steinwand, a tenured information technology faculty member at Helena College, and Angela Hushka, a teacher at East Helena High School. In the fall of 2020, the two collaborated in creating the curriculum for a sophomore level introduction to computer programming class, currently being offered this spring to East Helena High School students. Brian has worked in the computer field for 26 years. He has extensive background in computer consulting and has worked with many nonprofit and state government organizations in Helena. His expertise of the field and of Helena College's program, combined with Angela's background as a high school teacher, produced the course that is currently underway. I'll give you a moment to read their reflections on this experience. And with that, we can go to the next slide. Just want to emphasize that a high school student's sophomore year is a critical year. As students begin to identify college and career goals, they can map out a pathway. In addition to learning technical skills in this introduction to computer science class, Mrs. Hushka will infuse a career exploration component to the curriculum. So a few more details about this class, which is being offered right now. There are 17 students enrolled. And since the high school is on a block schedule, Mrs. Hushka had these students in her class for 2 weeks before they rotated onto another class. They'll return to this class next week, I believe. The course is based on the Carnegie Mellon University CS1 course that is online curriculum using its own integrated development environment. Brian was also able to provide a number of activities to supplement the curriculum. The course was designed to be fun and engaging with interesting problems to solve, since computational problem solving is the core of computer science. It's being taught using Python. In the first 2 weeks, the unit topics include creating shapes and filling with color, including polygons and labels. So Mrs. Hushka provided 2 samples of student work, a wolf designed by Aiden and a basketball court designed by Jacob. So on the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the remote learning classrooms themselves. As I mentioned, the bulk of the grant funding will be spent outfitting remote learning classrooms both at East Helena High School and at Helena College. In designing these spaces, East Helena High School recommended using smart technology, including smart boards, which are interactive displays using collaborative tools that allow for screen sharing with a remote classroom audience. East Helena High School teachers have already been using smart boards and describe them as intuitive, accessible, and user-friendly. In addition to the smart boards, each classroom will also have cameras and microphones, as well as television screens to mirror the smartboard image for in-class participants. The grant also paid for a cart of laptops for East Helena students to use in class, and these laptops will also include the software and capabilities needed for college-level computer programming courses. Many of the purchases for the classrooms have been made at this point. During the summer of 2021, classrooms will be configured and classroom technology will be installed. The remote learning classrooms at East Helena High School will be called the Helena College Classroom. It will be branded with Helena College colors, as the East Helena High School photography students have captured in these photos. So on the next slide, talk a little bit more about remote delivery of courses. Starting in the fall of 2021, East Helena High School will have its first class of juniors who will be eligible for dual enrollment classes. This means that students taking the sophomore level Introduction to Programming class will be able to enroll in first semester courses offered through our information technology program. Brian Steinwand is developing online curriculum of the program's first year courses to ensure that students can take all of the courses remotely, either through synchronous streaming or asynchronously. One of the best things about this grant funding and the ability to build remote learning classrooms is that it will benefit all students, not just the students interested in information technology. The grant has provided the infrastructure to allow any junior or senior at East Helena High School to take classes offered through Helena College, whether as a cohort of students like the information technology students or as individual students with specific college and career goals. The classroom setup could also be used by students enrolled in Montana Digital Academy classes, or even another college entirely if the student is wishing to take a class not offered at Helena College. And finally, I would add that remote learning classrooms don't just benefit fully online learning. They also allow more students to pursue dual credit opportunities in a variety of career and technical programs. Many CTE dual credit courses require hands-on delivery, and the addition of a remote learning classroom will allow for a hybrid model of course delivery to engage students and require fewer trips to the Helena College campus. So before I take you to the last slide and ask if you have questions, I wanted to share a video, I think that's pulled up already. It's of the principal at East Helena High School, Dan Rispens, sharing his excitement for the possibilities this grant is providing.
Hello, my name is Dan Rispens. I'm the principal at East Helena High School, home of the Vigilantes here in East Helena, Montana. Just want to offer a quick comment and note of excitement about our partnership with Helena College and the possibility of having Intro to Programming CSCI 100 offered next year as a dual credit course for kids at East Helena High School. This grant opportunity and partnership is going to help us to create a live uplink classroom that will be directly connected via the internet with Helena College, and it's providing the necessary hardware and infrastructure to make that classroom operate. So this Introduction to Programming dual credit course is just the tip of the iceberg for what we're going to be able to offer. As a new high school, we've got our challenges building up our programs and getting things established. So this grant opportunity and the staff from Helena College really helped to kickstart our efforts. Thanks so much for your support.
So thanks so much for allowing me to share these updates with you today. What questions can I answer?
Great presentation, Stephanie. Questions from the Regents? Any questions from the Regents?
Great presentation.
It certainly was.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments about the two-year committee, your community college committee? With that, the last word is yours, Deputy Commissioner Tessman.
So nice to members of the committee. Don't have much to add. Thanks, Stephanie. Really appreciate your presentation. And I think most likely in September, we'll provide a comprehensive update on the entirety of the GEAR grants and sort of what's come from them.
Very good. Thank you. With that, Chair Lozar, we'll turn the two-year community college committee back over to you.
Thank you, Regent Nystuen. We've reached the point on the agenda. We're going to take some public comment. Amy, if you could walk us through how this is going to work on the virtual platform.
Thank you, Chair Lozer. I'd be happy to. As you've just noticed, this meeting is indeed open to the public electronically. Anyone wishing to provide public comment is encouraged to do so. For those of you joining by phone, please dial 1-253-215-8782 and enter the meeting ID shown on the live stream feed. Press the numeral 9, sorry, that's star and then 9 to raise your hand. For those joined via Zoom, please use the raise your hand button found at the bottom of your screen or in the participants panel to indicate that you wish to give public comment. The host will lower hands in order and ask to unmute. For those joining by phone, you'll press star 6 to unmute your line. For those joining online, you'll press the unmute button. Once you are unmuted, please state your full name for the record and proceed with your comments. A friendly reminder that comments can also be submitted in writing via email to me at aunsworth@montana.edu. Comments sent here will be shared with the board members and included as part of the official public record. And Chair Lozer, I do see that we have a couple hands raising.
Excellent.
With your permission, I'll just announce them and go down in the order.
Sounds good.
So first I have the mayor of the city of Dillon joining us. Go ahead, please.
Oh, go ahead. Yes, Mr. Chairman. I am George Warner, and I am the former mayor of the city of Dillon. And I am joining Mayor Mike Clacken, the current mayor of the city of Dillon. And our attendance today is based on discovery of your last meeting and the issue of the vigilante field that this community, at least this government, knew nothing about and was only discovered last Friday when I was personally looking at your mask policy. Yesterday, I had a good discussion with Commissioner Christian, and I believe he understands the community's position, and we covered a number of points that allowed me to shed light on some of the issues that I was ignorant about and that probably would help Commissioner Christian further in this process. What in essence happened was the high school or the public entity, we were not aware that it was going to be sold at all. And when we found out, we made contact so that we could further express our concern because there's no planning that has been prepared for on this end. And we see a couple pitfalls in the furtherance of any construction and or transfer of the property. Now, I personally signed the quitclaim deed over to the Board of Regents in 1999. So I am aware of the issue, and there are other documents, some that we have discovered since I talked to Commissioner Christian. And of course, we will be in contact and letting him know what we find, and I expect vice versa will occur.
Wonderful. Thank you, current mayor and former mayor for your comments. Is there any additional public comment?
Yes, Chair Lozer, we have a Wendy Fons next.
Good afternoon, Chair Lozar and board members. My name is Wendy Fons, WENDIFAWNS. I'm the Executive Director for Valley Oak, a nonprofit providing college and career guidance to high school and college students across Montana. All of our services are free. In 2019, we provided services to more than 1,000. And in 2020, our numbers have remained high as we reach both the public and non-public students Monday through Saturday. Our motto is helping students build bridges to the future. I ask you to consider 3 actions. Involve more nonprofits in the college and career programming, fund more 1-2 free dual enrollment early college, particularly for those community colleges not currently supported, and support academic and financial advising outside of traditional hours. I wish to give kudos to OCHI and OPI for their continued support in college and career programming. We've done much through programs like dual enrollment early college, which is perhaps the most influential in setting a positive stage for students in post-secondary success. However, we now need to make some big steps so that no students are left behind. While dual enrollment numbers have increased, only 27% of the eligible students participated. 80% of our students have never taken a dual enrollment course, and if they have no idea what their college portal looks like. In other words, they have no understanding of the gains and their affiliation with a college. Also, we cannot afford to assume that students in special education classes are not college bound, or assume that a high GPA student knows how to navigate college. We need to employ the train the trainer model of best practice dissemination to encourage more students to do dual enrollment early college. Mental health challenges our students. As a single mom, I remember my girls taking driver's ed and coming home very stressed because everyone in their class already knew how to drive. This is how many of our students feel when they graduate. Reality hits and they are simply unprepared. They are unfamiliar with the place, with the signs, directions, policies, and procedures, and don't know who to ask for help. Financially, they're at a complete loss. As a state, we need stakeholders from all communities to work together to provide a network such that a student in Circle can access resources in Hamilton. We need to modify and fully use dual enrollment early college. We need to capitalize on partnerships with nonprofits and community resources. To conclude, I give kudos to Dawson Community College, who took advantage of COVID and exemplified collaboration by adding a medical terminology class last April, right as COVID hit. To Dr. Seifert of MSU Bozeman for College Crash Course, which helps students learn the rules of the road before they are actually on a college campus. And to the University of Montana financial aid and admission staff for their tip sheets, videos, and student collaboration. Again, please consider involving more nonprofits, funding all colleges with the dual enrollment 1-2 free program, and please support academic and financial advising after hours. As a parent of 2 college graduates, one who is a Montana teacher and is an educational professional, I thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Wendy. Do we have any additional public comment?
Thank you, Chair Lozer. I see an additional person now, Hunter Sparks, excuse me.
Hello, everyone. Am I unmuted?
Go ahead, Hunter.
Everyone, thank you for giving me the time to speak to you guys. My name is Hunter Sparks. I'm a senior petroleum engineering student here at Montana Tech. Just wanted to talk to you guys today about one of our professors being let go by Montana Tech, and just kind of how us as students feel about the whole situation. We wrote a letter, and I'm just going to read the letter to you guys, as well as talk about the petition that we've made for it. So, dear Montana Board of Regents, the removal of Mary North Abbott as a petroleum professor would not only be devastating to the petroleum engineering department, but to Montana Tech as a whole. For 17 years, Mary North Abbott has elevated her students through her knowledge and passion for petroleum engineering and the oil and gas industry. The vital, long-lasting impact Mary has on her students is unmatched and pertinent to the success of the petroleum engineering department. Mary North Abbott teaches 2 pivotal petroleum engineering courses, PET 201, which is Introduction to Petroleum Engineering, and PET 372, Petroleum Fluid Dynamics and Thermodynamics. To start, PET 201 is the first petroleum engineering class offered in the department's curriculum. It offers an overview of the oil and gas industry, narrowing down to the intricacies of each petroleum engineering facet. For most, it is the first exposure of the degree and industry. Though rigorous and challenging, Mary graciously instills a sense of comfort as freshman and sophomore students enter the department. Continuing, PET 372 is very much a foundational course that is applicable in all facets of petroleum engineering. By removing Mary, a decline in course quality will certainly ensue, as other faculty members in the department will be asked to take on heavier course loads. Outside of these two petroleum engineering courses, Mary teaches a petroleum elective, PET 503, surface facilities. This course expresses Mary's expertise garnered from field experience. Though only offered once a year, this course is commonly referred to as one of the best higher level petroleum engineering courses offered at Montana Tech. Mary cares about the knowledge her students gain and retain. Instead of continuously boring students with endless theory, Mary communicates the practical uses of material and how to use the material. Mary's ability to convey the course information is not only a reflection of her experience in the industry and as a professor, but also a reflection of her character. Mary North Abbott's impact branches from other roles outside of being a professor as well. As a faculty advisor to up to 90% of the students in the department, specifically non-traditional and foreign transfer students, Mary tracks each advisee's graduation process. She bears the burden of all this so that her students can go on knowing that they're on track to graduate. Aside from that, Mary is heavily involved in Montana Tech's hockey team, assuming the position of manager. She was also involved in the Society of Women Engineers for 9 years, where she advised upcoming women engineers and provided insight on their significance and necessity to change the connotation of women in engineering and technology. Overall, losing Mary affects the department from an experience, knowledge, and advising standpoint. At Montana Tech, experience is valued as much as theory. The blue-collar gene that runs generations deep at Montana Tech is instilled by Mary North Abbott. Montana Tech prides itself in turning out individuals who aren't afraid to get their hands dirty and hit the ground running. Removing a professor such as Mary only furthers us from this generational culture rather than embracing it. Ultimately, Montana Tech would be deeply wounded as a result of her departure. We urge you to reconsider this decision and allow Mary to continue to be a professor here at Montana Tech. Also, with the petition, it currently has 522 signatures and is growing, and there's also comments that I have sent to each of you guys through your email attached with the letter.
Thank you, Hunter, for your public comment, and please feel free to share your written testimony with members of the board. Is there any additional public comment?
Chair Lozar, I am seeing none at this time.
Any additional public comment? Okay. Well, just want to extend my gratitude again to all those that have already provided written comments. The board has received quite a few comments prior to the meeting. We're going to move on to some committee reports and action. So let's start with the budget, admin, and audit committee agenda. We just have the consent agenda, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dombrowski. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Is there any discussion or corrections from campuses? And if so, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if joining by phone. Is there any public comment? Any public comments? Okay, seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Now, moving on to the ARSA committee, we have 2 items. First item is action item A, request of plan proposals. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Sexton. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Is there any discussion or corrections from the campuses? If so, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if joining by phone. Is there any public comment? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Moving on to ARSA action item B, level 2 items. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Bao. Is there any discussions or corrections from members of the board? Is there any discussion or corrections from the campuses? If so, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if joining by phone. Is there any public comment? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And there are no items to approve from the 2-year and community college committee. So that wraps up our committee reports in action. The next item on the agenda is a campus appeal. And you've each received the commissioner's decision and the written appeal with supporting documents submitted by the campus and the appellant. The issue before the board is whether to consider the appeal at a later meeting. Our appeal policy does not require us to accept an appeal if we are satisfied with the commissioner's review and decision. The sole question is whether any regent believes the issues addressed in the commissioner's decision need further review by the board. If you do not wish to consider the appeal at the board level, it is not necessary to make a motion. A lack of action by the board will signify our decision not to consider the appeal. The appeal is confidential. The board will not address the individuals involved by name, identify the campus involved, or discuss the facts or specific issues. So are there any general questions as to the procedure before we consider the appeal? Any questions? I will entertain a motion to hear campus appeal number 1. Okay, there being no motion to hear this appeal, this request that other request that we entertain the appeal is denied and the commissioner's decision is upheld. So before we adjourn our meeting today, we have the opportunity to have a conversation with the Mass representatives virtually. I know that was scheduled for 3:40 or so. Do we need to take a quick break to get them? Yeah.
Chair Lozer, that'd be great. It would allow us to set up the room and
Perfect.
continue that conversation.
Perfect. Okay, it's 3:30. We'll take a 10-minute break and we will reconvene for the virtual discussion with the Mass representatives. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you all. We're back for just a brief announcement. We are going to have our virtual discussion with the student representatives, and after our discussion, we will adjourn upon completion of that conversation. So we will not be coming back to this to the platform. So I want to take just a minute to again thank Helena College for their presentation and for hosting us virtually and their tour of the campus. And thank again everyone at OCHI for all their work in putting on a successful Board of Regents meeting. So thank you all, and we will see you in May.